Joseph Fannin,
Kathleen Ann Farragut,
Thomas Farino,
Nancy Carol Farley,
Paige Marie Farley Hacko,
Elizabeth Ann Farmer,
Douglas John Farnham,
John G. Farrell,
John W. Farrell,
Terrence Patrick Farrell,
Joseph D. Farrelly,
Thomas Patrick Farrelly,
Siad Abdul Fattah,
Christopher Edward Fonan,
Wendy R. Faulkner,
Shannon Marie Father,
Bernard D. Favusa,
Robert Fazio Jr.,
Ronald Carl Fazio,
William Feehan,
Francis Jude Feely,
Garth Erin Feeney,
Sean B. Fagan,
Lee S. Feeling,
Peter Adam Feidelberg,
Alan D. Feinberg,
Rose Marie Feliciano,
Edward Thomas Fergus Jr.,
George Ferguson,
Henry Fernandez,
Judy Hazel Fernandez,
Julio Fernandez,
Elisa Giselle Ferrana,
Anne Marie Salarine Ferreira,
Robert John Ferris,
David Francis Ferrugio,
Louis V. Persini,
Michael David Ferrugio,
Bradley James Fetchett,
Jennifer Louise Fialco,
Kristen Nicole Fidel,
Samuel Field,
Alexander Milan Filipov,
Michael Bradley Finnegan,
Timothy J. Finnerty,
Michael Curtis Fiore,
Stephen S.R. Fiorelli Sr.,
Paul M. Fiore,
John B. Fiorito,
John R. Fisher,
Andrew Fisher,
Bennett Lawson Fisher,
John Roger Fisher,
Thomas J. Fisher,
Lucy A. Fishman,
Ryan D. Fitzgerald,
Thomas James Fitzpatrick,
Richard P. Fitzsimmons,
Salvatore Fiumifredo,
Christina Donovan Flannery,
Eileen Fletcher,
Andre G. Fletcher,
Carl M. Flickinger,
John Joseph Florio,
Joseph Walken Flounders,
Carol Ann Fleesick,
David Boda,
Michael N. Boda,
Stephen Mark Fogel,
Thomas Foley,
David J. Fontana,
Chi Min Fu,
Godwin Ford,
Donald A. Foreman,
Christopher U. Forsyth,
Claudia Alicia Foster,
Noel John Foster,
Anna Fosteris,
Robert Joseph Fody,
Jeffrey Fox,
Virginia Fox,
Pauline Francis,
Virgin Francis,
Gary J. Frank,
Morton H. Frank,
Peter Christopher Frank,
Richard K. Fraser,
Kevin J. Farley,
Clyde Frazier Jr.,
Lillian Inez Frederick,
Andrew Fredericks,
Tamitha Freeman,
Brett Owen Fryman,
Peter L. Freund,
Arlene Eva Freed,
Alan Wade Freelander,
Andrew Keith Friedman,
Paul J. Friedman,
Greg J. Froner.
Lisa Ann Frost.
Peter Christian Fry.
Clemente A. Fernando.
Stephen Elliott Furman.
Paul Formato.
Carlton D.B. Fry.
Frederick Neil Gabler.
Richard Samuel Frederick Gabrielle.
James Andrew Gadil.
Pamela Lee Gaff.
Irvin Vincent Gilardi.
Deanna Lynn Galante.
Grace Catherine Galante.
Anthony Edward Gallagher.
Daniel James Gallagher.
John Patrick Gallagher.
Lourdes Galante.
Kono E. Gallo.
Vincenzo Gallucci.
Thomas E. Galvin.
Giovanni Galetti Gambelli.
Thomas Gambino Jr.
Gianfranco Gamboa. Peter Gansey.
Ronald Gamboa. Ladkat K. Ganesh.
Claude Michael Gan.
Osani Gaba.
Charles William Garbarini.
Cesar Garcia.
David Garcia.
Juan Garcia.
Marlene del Carmen Garcia.
Harvey J. Gardner III.
Christopher S. Gardner.
Douglas Benjamin Gardner.
Jeffrey Brian Gardner.
Thomas Gardner.
William Arthur Gardner.
Francesco Garvey.
Rocco Nino Gargano.
James M. Gartenberg.
Matthew David Garvey.
Bruce Gary.
Boyd Allen Gatton.
Donald Richard Gavigan Jr.
Peter Allen Gay.
Terrence D. Gazani.
Gary Geidel.
Paul Hamilton Geyer.
Julie Marie Geis. Peter G. Galinas. Stephen Paul Geller. Howard G. Skelling. Peter Victor Genko Jr. Stephen Gregory Genovese. Elaine Gentoul. Linda M. George. Edward F. Garrity. Suzanne Garrity. Ralph Gerhardt. Robert Gerlich. Dennis P. Germain. Marina Romanova Gertzberg. Susan M. Getzendanner. James G. Geyer. Joseph M. Giacone. Vincent Francis Jamona. Deborah Lynn Gibson. James Andrew Giberson. Craig Neil Gibson. Ronnie E. Geese. Laura A. Giglio. Andrew Clive Gilbert. Timothy Paul Gilbert. Paul Stewart Gilby. Paul John Gill. Mark Y. Gillis.
Evan Gillette.
Ronald Lawrence Gilligan.
Rodney C. Gillis.
Laura Gilly.
John F. Ginley.
Donna Marie Giordano.
Jeffrey John Giordano.
John Giordano.
Stephen A. Giorgetti.
Martin Giovinazzo.
Cum Girolamo.
Salvatore Gito.
Cynthia Gigliano.
Mon Jambalash.
Diane Gladstone.
Keith Glasgow.
Thomas Irwin Glasser.
Edmund Glazer.
Harry Glenn.
Barry H. Glick.
Stephen Glick.
John T. Gnazzo.
Wian Rober Gottschalk.
Michael Goliamella.
Brian Frederick Goldberg.
Jeffrey Grant Goldflam.
Michelle Goldstein.
Monica Goldstein.
Steen.
Andrew H. Galton.
Dennis James Gomes.
Enrique Antonio Gomez.
Jose Bienvenido Gomez.
Manuel Gomez Jr.
Wilder Alfredo Gomez.
Jenny Nicole Gonzalez.
Mauricio Gonzalez.
Rosa Gonzalez.
Lynn Catherine Goodchild.
Calvin J. Gooding.
Peter M. Goodrich.
Harry Goody.
Kieran Reddy Gopu.
Catherine C. Gorayev.
Lisa Reinhardt Gordonstein.
Corrine Gordon.
Sebastian Gorky.
Karan Joseph Gorman.
Thomas Edward Gorman.
Michael Edward Gold.
Douglas Allen Gowell.
Yoji Goya.
John Richard Grabowski.
Christopher Michael Grady.
Edwin J. Graff III.
David Martin Graffman.
Gil Granados.
Elvira Granito.
Winston Arthur Grant.
Christopher S. Gray.
James Michael Gray.
Tara McLeod Gray.
Linda Catherine Grayling.
John M. Grazioso.
Timothy George Gracioso.
Derek Arthur Green.
Wade B. Green.
Elaine Myra Greenberg.
Gail R. Green.
James Arthur Greenleaf Jr.
Eileen Marcia Greenstein.
Elizabeth Martin Gregg.
Denise Gregory.
Donald H. Gregory.
Florence Moran Gregory.
Pedro Grehan.
John Michael Griffin.
Tawana Sherry Griffin.
Joan Donna Griffith.
Warren Grifka.
Ramon Grijalvo.
Joseph F. Grillo.
David Joseph Grimner.
Francis Edward Grogan.
Kenneth George Grozales.
Joseph Gerzalak.
Matthew James Jamalski.
Robert Joseph Gashar.
Leming Gu.
Jose Guadalupe.
Cindy Yan Chu Guan.
Joel Guevara Gonzalez.
Tabitha Giamamati Guman.
Joseph Gullickson.
Janet Ruth Gustafson.
Douglas Brian Gurian.
Barbara Guzado.
Philip T. Guza.
Gary Robert Haag.
Peter M. Giulavare.
Barbara Mary Habib.
Andrea Lynn Haberman.
Nizam A. Hafiz.
Philip Hensler.
Stephen Michael Haggis.
Karen Elizabeth Haggerty.
David Haldeman.
Mary Lou Haig.
Richard B. Hall.
Maila Rachel Hale. Oswald George Hall.
Robert J. Halligan.
Vincent Gerard Halloran.
James Douglas Habelson.
Mohammed Salman Hamdani.
Felicia Hamilton.
Robert Hamilton.
Carl Max Harmon Jr.
Frederick K. Hahn.
Christopher J. Hanley.
Sean S. Hanley.
Valerie Joan Hanna.
Thomas Hannafin.
Kevin James Hannaford.
Michael Lawrence Hannon.
Dana R. Hannon.
Christine Lee Hansen.
Peter Burt Hansen.
Susan Kim Hansen.
Basilio Haramis.
James A. Aaron.
Gerald Francis Hardig.
Jeffrey Pike Hardy.
Timothy John Hardgrave.
Daniel Edward Harlan.
Francis Harros.
Harvey Harrell.
Stephen J. Harrell.
Melissa Marie Harrington.
Aisha Ann Harris.
Stuart Dennis Harris.
John Patrick Hart.
Eric Hartono.
John Clinton Hart.
Emmerich Harvey.
Peter Paul Hashem.
Tim's brother Thomas Theodore Haskell Jr.
Timothy Haskell.
Joseph John Hassan III.
Leonard W. Hatton.
Terrence Timothy Aaron Haviland.
Donald G. Havilish.
Anthony Hawkins.
Nobuhiro Hayatsu.
James Edward Hayden.
Philip Hayes.
Robert J. Hayes.
William Ward Haynes.
Scott Jordan Hazelcorn.
Michael K. Healy. Kernan.
Neil
Junior.
Brian Hickey.
Isidro Hidalgo.
Higgins.
Higley II.
Todd Russell Hill.
Clara Victoria Hines.
Neil O. Hines.
Mark D. Hindi.
Katsuyuki Hirai.
Heather Malia Ho.
Tara Yvette Hobbs.
Thomas Anderson Hobbs.
James J. Hoban.
Robert Wayne Hobson.
Patrick A. Hoey.
Ronald George Horner.
Marcia Hoffman.
John A. Hoffer.
Frederick Joseph Hoffman.
Stephen G. Hoffman.
Judith Florence Hoffmiller.
Michelle Hoffman.
Jonathan R. Holman.
Thomas Warren Holwick Jr.
John Holland.
Cora Hidalgo Holland.
Elizabeth Holmes.
Joseph F. Holland.
Herbert Wilson Homer.
Thomas Holohan.
James P. Hopper.
Bradley Horn.
Michael Horn.
Montgomery McCullough Horn.
Matthew Douglas Horning.
Robert L. Horaho.
Michael Robert Horrocks.
Aaron Howitz.
Charles Houston.
Uhuru Houston.
George Howard.
Michael C. Howell.
Stephen Leon Howell.
Jennifer L. Howley.
Milagros Romata.
Marianne Kiak.
Stephen Husco Jr.
Chris Roberts Hughes.
Paul Rexford Hughes.
Robert Thomas Hughes.
Thomas Hughes.
Timothy Robert Hughes.
Susan Hughey.
Lamar Hulse.
John Nicholas Humber Jr.
William Christopher Hunt.
Kathleen Ann Hunt Casey.
Joseph Hunter.
Robert R. Yusa.
Abid Hussain.
Thomas Edward Hines.
Walter G. Hines.
Joseph Anthony Iannelli.
United we stand.
Zutu Ibis.
Jonathan Eel P.
Michael Eichen.
Daniel Kanayev.
Frederick Ill Jr.
Abraham Nathaniel Elowitz.
Anthony P. Infante Jr.
Luis Inhilterra.
Christopher Noble and Gracia.
Paul In Allah.
Stephanie Veronica Irby.
Douglas Ergang.
Kristen A. Irvine Ryan.
Todd Antioni Isaac.
Eric Isenprinson.
Taizo Ishikawa.
Waleed Joseph Iskandar.
Uram Iskandari An Jr.
John F. Iskian.
Kazushige Itu.
Alexander Valeryevich Ivanasov.
Virginia May Jablonski.
Brooke Alexandra Jackman.
Aaron Jeremy Jacobs.
Ariel Lewis Jacobs.
Jason Kyle Jacobs.
Michael Grady Jacobs.
Stephen A. Jacobson.
Jaggernaut.
J. Dennis Jacoda.
Yud Veer Singh Jain.
Maria Jacobiak.
Robert Adrian Halbert.
Ernest James.
Griselda E. James.
Priscilla James.
Mark Stephen Jardim.
Amy Ann Jarrett.
Mohamedou Jawara.
Francois Jean-Pierre.
Maxima Jean-Pierre.
Paul Edward Jeffers.
Alva Cynthia Jeffries Sanchez.
John Charles Jenkins.
Joseph Jenkins, Jr.
Alan Keith Jensen.
Prem N. Girath.
Farah Judy.
Huhidar Jian.
Eliesa Jimenez.
Luis Jimenez, Jr.
Fernando Jimenez Molina.
Charles Gregory John.
Nicholas John.
LaShawana Johnson.
Scott Michael Johnson.
William R. Johnson.
Allison Horstman Jones.
Arthur Joseph Jones.
Bryant Leander Jones.
Charles Edward Jones.
Christopher D. Jones.
Donald T. Jones.
Mary R. Jones.
Linda Jones.
Mary S. Jones.
Andrew Jordan.
Robert Thomas Jordan.
Albert Gunia Joseph.
Guyleen Joseph.
Ingborg Joseph.
Carl Henry Joseph.
Stephen Joseph.
Jane Eileen Josiah.
Anthony Jovic.
Angel Warby Jr.
Karen Sue Jude.
Father Michael F. Judge.
Paul William Jurgens.
Thomas Edward Jurgens.
Kasinga Kabia.
Shash Nikanra Lakshmikantaka Daba.
Gavkaroy Kamaridana.
Shari Condell.
Howard Lee Kane.
Jennifer Lynn Kane.
Vincent D. Kane.
June Koo Kang.
Sheldon Robert Cantor.
Deborah H. Kaplan.
Robin Lee Kaplan.
Alvin Peter Kappelman Jr.
Charles Karchevsky.
William A. Carnes.
Douglas Jean Karpoloff.
Charles L. Casper.
Andrew K. Cates.
John Katsimatidis.
Robert Michael Colfers.
Don Jerome Koth Jr.
Hideo Kawauchi.
Edward T. Keene.
Richard M. Keene.
Lisa Yvonne Kearney Griffin.
Carol Ann Kiesler.
Barbara A. Keating.
Paul Hanlon Keating.
Leo Russell Keene III.
Joseph John Keller.
Peter R. Kellerman.
Joseph P. Collette.
Frederick H. Kelly Jr.
My name is Brittany Clark. My father, Keith, was a chef on the 96th floor of the World Trade Center. This poem makes me feel like my daddy is speaking to me. I give you this one thought to keep. I am with you still. I do not sleep. I am 1,000 winds that blow. I am the diamond glints on the snow. I am the sunlight on ripened grain. I am the gentle autumn rain. When you awaken in morning's hush, I am the swift, uplifting rush of quiet birds in circle flight. I am the soft stars that shine at night. Do not think of me as gone. I am with you still in each new dawn.
James Joseph Kelly.
Joseph A. Kelly.
Richard John Kelly Jr.
William Hill Kelly Jr.
Maurice P. Kelly.
Thomas Michael Kelly.
Thomas Richard Kelly.
Thomas W. Kelly.
Timothy Colin Kelly.
Robert Clinton Kennedy.
Thomas J. Kennedy.
John R. Kehoe-Hain.
Ralph Kershaw.
Ronald T. Kerwin.
Howard L. Kestenbaum.
Douglas D. Ketchum.
Ruth Ellen Kettler.
Boris Khalif.
Sarah Khan.
Timur Firaz Khan.
Rajesh Kandanwal.
Oliva Kemrat.
Salih Ku.
Michael Kiefer.
Satoshi Kichuchihara.
Andrew J. Hun Kim.
Lawrence D. Kim.
Mary Jo Kelman.
Henrich Kimming,
Amy R. King,
Andrew M. King,
Robert King Jr.,
Lucille Teresa King,
Lisa King Johnson,
Brian Kenny,
Takashi Kinoshita,
Chris Michael Kirby,
Howard Barry Kirschbaum,
Glenn David Kerwin,
Helen Crossan Kittle,
Richard Joseph Claus,
Peter Anton Klein,
Alan David Kleinberg,
Karen Joyce Klitzman,
Ronald Philip Klepper,
Evgeny Nieze,
Andrew Knox,
Thomas Patrick Knox,
Rebecca Lee Colby,
Deborah A. Kobus,
Gary Edward Kuchiley,
Frank J. Kostner,
Ryan Cohart,
Vanessa Kolpak,
Irina Polpakova,
Suzanne Kontratenko,
Aye Kone.
Juan Chi Aku,
Dorota Kopitsko.
Scott Ko Pitko,
Bohan Kostic.
Danielle Pusolis,
David P. Cobbleson.
John J. Krent,
William E. Krukowski.
Lee Ud Mi La Se Du,
Shakar Kumar.
Kenneth Compel,
Frederick Kuo Jr.
Patricia Koras,
Nauka Kushatani.
Thomas Kufikias,
Victor Corky.
Ku E Va E Ku Ak,
Angela Reed Height.
Andrew Lacoste,
Catherine L. Laverie.
R. Ma Na Ud Lackman,
James Patrick Ladley.
Joseph A. LaFosse,
Jeanette Louise LaFond Menashino.
David LaFord,
Michael LaForte.
Alan Charles LaFrance. God bless America.
Juan Lafuente,
Neil Kuang Ba Lion.
Vincent Anthony Laeta,
William David Lake.
Franco Lalama.
Chow Kuan Lam.
Stephen Lamentia.
Amy Hope Lamonsoff.
Nicola Lampley.
Robert Lane.
Brendan Mark Lang.
Roseanne P. Lang.
Vanessa Langer.
Mary Louise Langley.
Peter J. Langone.
Thomas Michael Langoni.
Michelle Bernadette Lanza.
Ruth Sheila Lapin.
Carol Ann LaPlante.
Ingborg Larrabee.
Robin Blair Larkey.
Judith Camilla LaRoque.
Christopher Randall Larrabee.
Hamadou S. Larry.
Scott Larson.
John Adam Lawson.
Natalie Janice Lasden.
Gary Edward Lasco.
Nicholas Craig Lassman.
Paul Lazinski.
Jeffrey G. Latouche.
Charles Gorvinson.
Stephen James Loria.
Maria Lavecchi.
Dennis Francis Lavelle.
Janine Mary Gaverdi.
Anna A. Laverty.
Stephen Lawrence.
Robert Lawrence.
Nathaniel Lawson.
Eugene Gabrielle Lazar.
James Patrick Leahy.
Joseph Gerard Levy.
Neil Joseph Levy.
Robert G. LeBlanc.
Leon Labor.
Kenneth Charles Lady.
Alan J. Letterman.
Elena F. Ledesma.
Alexis Leduc.
Daniel John Lee.
David S. Lee.
Gary H. Lee.
Keon June Lee.
Juanita Lee.
Catherine Claire Lee.
Linda C. Lee.
Lorraine Mary Lee.
Myung Woo Lee.
Richard Y. Lee.
Stuart Soon Jin Lee.
Yang Der Lee.
Stephen Paul Lefkowitz.
Adriano Legros.
Edward Joseph Lehman.
Eric Andrew Larafeld.
David Lessman.
Prudencia Lamagna.
Joseph Anthony Lenahan.
John Joseph Lennon Jr.
John Robertson Leonard.
Jorge Luis Leon.
Matthew Gerard Leonard.
Michael Lepore.
Charles A. Lesperance.
Jeff Levine.
John Dennis Levy.
Alicia Karen Levitt.
Neil David Levin.
Robert Levine.
Robert Michael Levine.
Shai Levenhall.
Daniel M. Lewin.
Adam J. Lewis.
Margaret Susan Lewis.
Ye Wei Li Ang.
Arashi Liang Thang Song.
Daniel F. Labretti.
Richard Leocardi.
Edward Lickshine.
Stephen Barry Linenthal.
Carlos R. Lillo.
Craig Damon Lenore.
Arnold A. Lim.
Darwin Lin.
Wei Rong Lin.
Nikki L. Lindo.
Thomas V. Linehan Jr.
Robert Thomas Linehan.
Alan P. Linton Jr.
Diane Therese Leopard.
Kenneth Lira.
Francisco Alberto Leonardo.
Lorraine Lisi.
Paul Lisong.
Vincent M. Lito.
Ming Halo Ling.
Nancy Liz.
Howard Lizcardo.
Martin Lazul.
George Laney.
Elizabeth C. Lodler.
Catherine Lisa Lukidishi. Jerome Robert Lohez. Michael William Lomas. Laura Maria Longing. Salvatore Lopez. Daniel Lopez. George Lopez. Aclovio Lopez Jr. Luis Manuel Lopez. Manuel L. Lopez. Joseph Lostranjo. Chet Deck Louis. Stuart C. Lewis. Joseph Lavero. Jenny Sao Ping Lo Wong. Sarah Elizabeth Lowe. Michael W. Lowe. Gary W. Lozier. John Peter Lasowski. Charles Peter Lucanaya. Edward Hobbs Lockett. Mark Gavin Ludvigsen. Lee Charles Lockwood. Sean Thomas Lugano. Daniel Lugo. Marie Lucas. William Long Jr. Michael P. London.
Christopher Lunder.
Anthony Luperillo.
Gary Frederick Lutnick.
William Lutz.
Linda Ann Lutzicone.
Alexander Lygen.
Farrell Peter Lynch.
James Francis Lynch.
Richard D. Lynch, Jr.
Robert Henry Lynch, Jr.
Louise A. Lynch.
Michael Cameron Lynch.
Michael F. Lynch.
Sean Patrick Lynch.
Sean P. Lynch.
Monica Ann Lyons.
Michael J. Lyons.
Robert Francis Mace.
Patrick Lyons.
Jan Maciejewski.
Marianne McFarlane.
Catherine Fairfax McRae.
Susan A. McKay.
Simon Madison.
Richard Blaine Madden.
Jean Ann Maffeo.
Noel Mayers.
Joseph Maffeo.
J. Robert Magazine.
Brian McGee.
Charles Wilson McGee.
Joseo V. Majitti.
Ronald Magnuson.
Daniel L. Maher.
Thomas Anthony Mahone.
William J. Mahoney.
Joseph Daniel Mayo.
Takashi Makimoto.
Abdul Ali Malahi.
Deborah I. Maldonado.
Myrna T. Maldonado Agosta.
Alfred Russell Miller.
Gregory James Malone.
Edward Francis Maloney III.
Joseph Maloney.
Jean Edward Malloy.
Christian Maltby.
Francisco Miguel Mancini.
Joseph Mangano.
Sarah Elizabeth Manley.
Deborah Manetta.
Marion Victoria Manning.
Terrence John Manning.
James Mahonies.
Alfred Giles Marchand.
Joseph Ross Marchbanks Jr.
Peter Edward Mardicki.
Edward Joseph Mardovich.
Charles Joseph Maggiata.
Louis Mariani.
Kenneth Joseph Marino.
Lester V. Marino.
Peter Marino.
Kevin Marlowe.
Jose Miranda,
John Marshall,
James Martello,
Michael A. Marty,
William J. Martin Jr.,
Karen Ann Martin,
Peter C. Martin,
Brian E. Martino,
Victor Martinez Pastrana,
Betsy Martinez,
Edward Martinez,
Jose Angel Martinez Jr.,
Robert Gabriel Martinez,
Lizzie D. Martinez Calderon,
Paul Richard Martino,
Joseph A. Mascali,
Bernard Piscaris,
Stephen Frank Massey,
Nicholas George Massa,
Patricia Ann Massari,
Michael Massaroli,
Philip William Mastrandria Jr.,
Rudolph Mastrocinque,
Joseph Mathai,
Charles Mathers,
William A. Matheson,
Marcelo Patriciano,
Margaret Elaine Maddox,
Robert D. Matson,
Walter Matuza,
Charles J. Morrow,
Dorothy Morrow,
Charles A. Morrow Jr.,
Nancy T. Morrow,
Tyrone May,
Keith Roy Marcellus Maynard,
Robert J. Mayo,
Kathy Nancy Mazza,
Edward Mazzella Jr.,
Jennifer Lynn Mazzotta,
Caria Mbaya,
James Joseph McAlary,
Brian McAleese,
Patricia Ann McEnany,
Colin Robert MacArthur,
John Kevin McAvoy,
Kenneth M. McBrayer,
Brendan McCabe,
Michael McCabe,
Thomas McCann,
Justin McCarthy,
Kevin M. McCarthy,
Michael McCarthy,
Robert McCarthy,
Stanley McCaskill,
Katie Marie McCloskey,
Joan McConnell Cullinan,
Juliana McCourt,
Ruth Magdalene McCourt,
Charles Austin McCran,
Tanyel F. McDay,
Matthew T. McDermott,
Joseph P. McDonald,
Brian Grady McDonald,
Michael P. McDonald,
John McDowell Jr.,
Eamon J. McAneny,
John Thomas McErling,
Daniel Francis McGinley,
Mark Ryan McGinley,
William E. McGinn,
Thomas Henry McGinnis,
Michael Gregory McGinty,
Ann McGovern,
Scott Martin McGovern,
William McGovern, Stacy Sennis McGowan, Francis Noel McGinn, Thomas F. McGinnis Jr., Patrick Mark McGuire, Thomas M. McHale, Keith McHeffy, Dennis J. McHugh III, Ann M. McHugh, McHugh, Michael E. McHugh, Robert G. McElvain, Donald James McIntyre, Stephanie Marie McKenna, Barry J. McKeon, Evelyn C. McKinney, Darrell Leron McKinney, George Patrick McLaughlin Jr., Robert C. McLaughlin Jr., Gavin McMahon, Robert D. McMahon, Edmund McNally, Daniel W. McNeil, Walter Arthur McNeil, Gisley McNish, Christine Sheila McNulty, Sean Peter McNulty, Robert McFadden,
Terrence A. McShane,
Timothy Patrick McSweeney,
Martin E. McWilliams,
Rocco A. Vidalia.
Abigail Kalis Medina.
Anna Iris Medina.
Deborah Louise Medwig.
Damian Meehan.
William J. Meehan.
Alok Mehta.
Raymond Mesenheimer.
Manuel Amelia Mahea.
Escadar Malaku.
Antonio Melendez.
Mary Melendez.
Christopher D. Mello.
Yelena Melnichenko.
Stuart Todd Meltzer.
Diaurelia Giovanna Mina.
Charles Mendez.
Lizette Mendoza.
Siobhan Alicia Mentis.
Wolfgang Peter Menzel.
Stephen Mercado.
Wesley Mercer.
Ralph Joseph Mercurio.
Alan Harvey Medinger.
George L. Marino.
Yamel Marino.
George Workowitz.
Deborah Merrick.
Raymond Joseph Metz III.
Jill Ann Metzler.
Dave Roberts Meyer.
Nurel H. Meyer.
William Edward Michalli.
Martin Paul Mickelstein.
Peter T. Milano.
Gregory Milanowicz.
Lucchese Tomas Lucchese Tomas Mulekowitz.
Sharon Christina Milan.
Corey Peter Miller.
Greg James Miller.
Douglas Charles Miller.
Joel Miller.
Henry Alfred Miller Jr.
Robert Cromwell Miller Jr.
Michael Matthew Miller.
Philip D. Miller.
Robert Allen Miller.
Benjamin Millman.
Charles Morris Mills.
Ronald Keith Milstein.
Robert Minara.
William George Minardi.
Diakiti Minara.
Louis Joseph Minervino.
Thomas Mingioni.
Wilbert Miriali.
Dominic Merkowitz.
Rahish Arjan Mirpuri.
Joseph Mistruli.
Susan Miskowitz.
Paul Thomas Mitchell.
Richard Miuccio.
Jeffrey Peter Maldenik.
Frank V. Mokia Sr.
Louis Joseph Montefiore.
Boy Mohammed.
Dennis Mojica.
Manuel Mojica.
Clever Molina.
Manuel de Jesus Mojica.
Carl Molinaro.
Justin Molisani.
Brian Monahan.
Franklin Monahan.
John Monahan.
Kristen Montanero.
Craig Montano.
Michael Montesi.
Jeffrey Montgomery.
Peter Montaleo.
Antonio Jesus Montoya Valdez.
Carlos Alberto Montoya.
Cheryl Ann Moniak.
Thomas Moody.
Sharon Moore.
Krishna Morty.
Laura Lee Morabito.
Abner Morales.
Carlos Manuel Morales.
Luis Morales.
Paula E. Morales.
John Moran.
John Christopher Moran.
Kathleen Moran.
Lindsay Stapleton Morehouse.
George Morell.
Stephen P. Morello.
Dorothy Morgan.
Yvette Nicole Moreno.
Nancy Morgenstern.
Richard Morgan.
Leonel Geronimo Maracho.
Sanae Mori.
Dennis Gerard Maroney.
Blanca Bebe Na Morocho.
Seth Allen Morris.
Lynn Irene Morris. Stephen Philip Morris.
Christopher Martel Morrison.
Jorge Luis Moron Garcia.
Ferdinand V. Marone.
William David Bosco.
Marco Motroni.
Cynthia Modis Wilson.
Iori A. Mushinsky.
Jude Joseph Musa.
Peter Mutos.
Damian O'Neill Wawan.
Christopher Mozio.
Stephen Vincent Mulderry.
Richard Muldowney Jr.
Michael D. Mullen.
Dennis Michael Mulligan.
Peter James Mulligan.
Michael Joseph Mullen.
James Donald Munhall.
Nancy Muniz.
Carlos Munoz.
Frank Munoz.
Teresa Munson.
Robert M. Marak.
Cesar Augusto Murillo.
Mark A. Marullo.
James F. Murphy IV.
Brian Joseph Murphy.
Charles Anthony Murphy.
Christopher W. Murphy.
Edward Charles Murphy.
James Thomas Murphy.
Robert Eddie Murphy Jr.
Kevin James Murphy.
Patrick C. Murphy.
Raymond E. Murphy.
John Joseph Murray.
John Joseph Murray Jr.
Susan D. Murray.
Valerie Victoria Murray.
Richard Todd Meyer.
Robert B. Nagel.
Mildred Naaman.
Takuya Nakamura.
Alexander Napier.
Frank Joseph Naples III.
John Napolitano.
Catherine Ann Nardella.
Mario Nardone Jr.
Monica K. Narula.
Mahmoud Nassim.
Sean M. Nasanay.
Narendra Nath.
Karen Susan Navarro.
Joseph Michael Navas.
Francis Joseph Nazario.
Glenroy I. Neblet.
Raymond Marcus Neblet. Mom misses you.
Jerome O. Ned.
Lawrence Nedell.
Luke G. Nee.
Pete Negron.
Laura Ann Niera.
Ann M. Nelson.
David William Nelson.
James Nelson.
Michelle Ann Nelson.
Peter Allen Nelson.
Oscar Francis Nesbitt.
Gerard Terrence Nevin.
Renee Lucille Newell.
Christopher Newton Carter.
Kapinga Nagula.
Nancy U.N. Lee.
Jody Nicolo.
Kathleen Ann DeCasco.
John Nisat Jr.
Gloria Nines.
Juan Nieves Jr.
Troy Edward Nilsson.
Paul Nimby.
John B. Niven.
Catherine Marie Nowak.
Curtis Terrence Noel. Danielle R. Nolan. Robert Noonan. Jacqueline June Norton. Robert Grant Norton. Daniela Nataro. Brian Christopher Dovanti. Suruchi Damata. Brian Felix Nunez. Jose Nunez. Jeffrey Roger Nusbin. Dennis Oberg. James P. O'Brien Jr. Michael P. O'Brien. Scott J. O'Brien. Timothy Michael O'Brien. Daniel O'Callahan. Diana J. Hanna. Dennis James O'Connor Jr. Keith Kevin O'Connor. Richard J. O'Connor. Amy O'Doherty. Marnie Hunt O'Doherty. James Andrew O'Grady. Thomas O. Hagan. Patrick J. O'Keefe. William O'Keefe. Gerald O'Leary.
Timothy Mahoney.
Peter J. O'Neill Jr.
Sean Gordon O'Neill.
Kevin O'Rourke.
Patrick J. O'Shea.
Robert William O'Shea.
Timothy F. O'Sullivan.
James A. Oakley.
Douglas E. Oschlager.
Takashi Agawa.
Albert Ogletree.
Philip Paul Architect.
John Aglagowski.
Joseph J. O'Brien.
Samuel Otishi.
Gerald Michael Osas.
Christine Ann Olander.
Linda Mary Oliva.
Edward Pratt Oliver.
Leah E. Oliver.
Eric T. Olson.
Jeffrey James Olson.
Maureen Lyon Olson.
Stephen John Olson.
Toshiro Onda.
Seamus L. O'Neill.
John P. O'Neill.
Betty Ann Oath. Frank Owning.
Michael C. Oberman.
Christopher Orgilowitz.
Margaret Orlowski.
Virginia Ann Ormiston.
Ronald Orsini.
Peter Orlati.
Juan Ortega Campos.
Jane M. Orm.
Alexander Ortiz.
David Ortiz.
Emilio Ortiz Jr.
Paul Ortiz Jr.
Pablo Ortiz.
Sonia Ortiz.
Masaru Ose.
Elsie C. Osorio.
James R. Ostrowski.
Jason Douglas Oswald.
Michael Otley.
Isidro C. Ottenwalder.
Michael Chung O.
Todd Joseph Ueda.
Jesus Ovalles.
Peter J. Owens Jr.
Adianes Oyola.
Angel Pavon.
Israel Pavon Jr.
Roland Pacheco. Michael Benjamin Packer. Renee Padilla Chavaria. Deepa Pakala. Jeffrey Matthew Palazzo. Thomas Palazzo. Richard Palazzolo. Gloria J. Palmer. Frank Anthony Palumbo. Alan N. Palumbo. Christopher Matthew Panettiere. Dominique Lisa Ladapia. Paul J. Pansini. John M. Leolio. Edward Joseph Papa. Salvatore Papasso. James Nicholas Papa George. Maria Papalato. Vinod Kumar Parakat. Vidya Shankar Parfaramo Oti.
Nitin Parant Kar.
Hadi Habu.
James Wendell Parham.
Deborah Marie Paris.
George Paris.
Ji Young Pa.
Philip Lacey Parker.
Michael Elaine Parks.
Robert E. Parks, Jr.
Hashmakrai C. Parmar.
Robert Parrow.
Diane Marie Parsons.
Leobardo Lopez Pascual.
Michael Pascuma.
Gerald Patkins.
Robert Torres Pasanti.
Suzanne H. Passaro.
Avnish Ramamba Patel.
Deepti Patel.
Manish Patel.
Stephen Bennett Patterson.
James Matthew Patrick.
Manuel D. Patricino.
Bernard E. Patterson.
Sierra Marie Patty.
Robert E. Pattison.
James Robert Paul.
Patrice Paz.
Victor Paz Gutierrez.
Stacy Lynn Peak.
Richard Allen Perlman.
Darrell V. Pearsall.
Thomas Nicholas Pecorelli.
Thomas Pedicini.
Todd Douglas Padino.
Michelle Adrian Pelletier.
Anthony G. Peluso.
Angel Ramon Pena.
Richard Al Penny.
Salvatore F. Pepe.
Carl Allen Perata.
Robert David Peraza.
John A. Perconti.
Alejo Perez.
Angela Susan Perez.
Anthony Perez.
Ivan Perez.
Angel Perez Jr.
Nancy E. Perez.
Marinthia B. Perkins.
Joseph John Perocino.
Edward J. Perota.
Amalta H. Perry.
Gwen C. Perry.
John William Perry.
Franklin Allen Pershing.
Danny Pesci.
Michael John Pescirini.
Davin Peterson.
William Russell Peterson.
Mark Petroselli.
Philip Scott Petty.
Glenn Karen Petit.
Dominique Pezzulo.
Colleen Elizabeth Pizzuti.
Kevin Pfeiffer.
Tuan Pham.
Kenneth Thalen.
Nia Ann Phillips.
Gerard Phillips.
Suzette Eugenia Piantieri.
Ludwig John Picaro.
Matthew M. Picerno.
Joseph Oswald Pick.
Christopher Pickford.
Dennis J. Pierce.
Bernard Pietronico.
Nicholas P. Pietrunti.
Theodorus Piggott.
Susan Elizabeth Pinto.
Joseph Piscaldo.
Christopher Todd Pittman.
Joshua Peaver.
Joseph Lumitalo.
Anna Gloria Pocasangre de Barrera.
John Poacher.
William Howard Pullman.
Lawrence Polash.
Thomas H. Polhaman.
Steve Policino.
Susan M. Polio.
Joshua Iwosa Optian.
I love you, Mark.
Giovanna Torres. Anthony Portillo. James Edward Patorti. Daphne
Coletsos,
Richard N. Polis,
Stephen Emmanuel Poulos,
Brandon Jerome Powell,
Sean Edward Powell,
Antonio Pratt,
Gregory M. Preciosi,
Wanda Evelisi Prince,
Vincent Princiato,
Kevin Pryor,
Everett Martin Proctor III,
Carrie Beth Krogan,
Sarah Prothero Redheffer,
David Lee Froome,
Richard Prunty,
John Fuster Puckett,
Robert David Pugliese,
Edward F. Pullis,
Patricia Ann Puma,
Sonia M. Cupolo,
Herman Kumar Kaur,
Edward R. Pycon,
Christopher Quackenbush,
Lars Peter Qualman,
Lincoln Kua.
Patrick J. Quigley IV.
Beth Ann Quigley, American.
Michael Quigley.
James Francis Quinn, American.
Ricardo J. Quinn.
Carlos Cosetti Kumar, American.
Carol Millicent Rebelli.
Christopher Peter A. Bracanillo, American.
Leonard J. Raja.
Eugene Raggio, American.
Laura Maria Dragonitis Nick.
Michael Ragusa, American.
Peter Frank Raimondi.
Harry A. Rines, American.
Estejam Raja.
Valsa Raju, American.
Edward Rowe.
Lucas Rambosi, American.
Maria Ramirez.
Harry Ramos, American.
Winisho Ramsrab.
Lorenzo E. Ramsey, American.
Alfred Todd Reckley.
Adam David Grant, American.
Jonathan C. Randall.
Srinivasa Suresh Ragani, American.
N. T. Ramson.
Vanya Aronova Rappaport, American.
Robert A. Rasmussen,
Aminia Rahusuo,
Roger Mark Rosweiler,
David Allen Rathke,
William Ralph Robb,
Gerard P. Raouzi,
Alexei Razuvayev,
Gregory Rida,
Michelle Reed,
Judith Ann Reese,
Donald J. Regan,
Robert M. Regan,
Thomas Michael Regan,
Christian Michael Otto Regenhard,
Howard Reich,
Greg Reedy,
James Brian Riley,
Kevin O'Reilly,
Timothy E. Riley,
Joseph Rena Jr.,
Thomas Barnes Reining,
Frank Bennett Reisman,
Joshua Scott Rice,
Aaron Renda,
John Armand Rayo,
Richard Cyril Rescorla,
John Thomas Resta,
David E. Richard.
Luis Clodoaldo Rivera. Edovius Reyes Jr. Bruce Albert Reynolds. John Frederick Rhodes. Francis Ricardelli. Rudolph N. Riccio.
Anne Marie Ricoboni.
Kenneth Frederick Rice III.
David H. Rice.
Eileen Mary Rice.
Vernon Allen Richard.
Floyd Daniel Richards.
Gregory David Richards.
Michael Richards.
Venetia Orienta Richards.
James C. Riches.
Alan J. Richmond.
John M. Rigo.
Frederick Charles Rommel III.
Teresa Risco.
Rose Mary Riso.
Moises N. Rivas.
Joseph Ravelli.
Carmen Alicia Rivera.
Isaiah Rivera.
Juan William Rivera.
Linda Evelise Rivera.
David E. Rivers.
Joseph R. Reverso.
Paul V. Rizzo.
John Frank Rizzo.
Stephen Louis Roach.
Joseph Roberto.
Leo Arthur Roberts.
Michael Roberts.
Michael Edward Roberts.
David Walter Robertson Jr.
Katharina Robinson.
Jeffrey Robinson.
Michelle Lee G. Robotham.
Donald A. Robeson.
Antonio A. Roca.
Raymond James Roca.
Laura Rockefeller.
John Rodak.
Antonio J. Rodriguez.
Anthony Rodriguez.
Carmen Milagros Rodriguez.
Gregory Ernesto Rodriguez.
Marcia A. Rodriguez.
Myra Valdez Rodriguez.
Richard Rodriguez.
David Bartolo Rodriguez Vargas.
Matthew Rogan.
Jean Destrian Rogier.
Carly Barbara Rogers.
Scott Williams Roner.
Keith Roma.
Joseph M. Romaniolo.
Juan Romero Orozco.
Alvin Romero.
Efrain Romero Sr.
James A. Romito.
Sean Paul Rooney.
Eric Thomasu Rapito.
Wendy Alice Rosario Wakeford.
Ida Rosario.
Angela Rosario.
Mark Rosen.
Brooke David Rosenbaum.
Linda Rosenbaum.
Cheryl Lynn Rosenbaum.
Lloyd Daniel Rosenberg.
Mark Louis Rosenberg.
Andrew Ira Rosenblum.
Joshua M. Rosenblum.
Joshua Allen Rosenthal.
Richard David Rosenthal.
Philip Martin Rosenzweig.
Daniel Rossetti.
Richard Barry Ross.
Norman Scott Rosnow.
Nicholas P. Rosamando.
Michael Craig Rothberg.
Donna Marie Rothenberg.
James Rue.
Nicholas Rowe.
Timothy Allen Roy Sr.
Paul G. Ruback.
Ronald J. Rubin,
Joanne Rubino,
David M. Ruddle,
Bart Joseph Ruggieri,
Susan A. Ruggiero,
Adam Keith Ruhalter,
Abdulio Ruiz Diaz,
Gilbert Ruiz,
Stephen P. Russell,
Stephen Harris Russin,
Michael Thomas Russo Sr.,
Wayne Allen Russo,
Edward Ryan,
Jonathan Stephen Ryan,
John Joseph Ryan Jr.,
Matthew Lancelot Ryan,
Tatiana Rihova,
Christina Sunga Ryuk,
Thierry Seda,
Jason Elazar Sabag,
Thomas E. Sabella,
Scott Saber,
Joseph Francis Sacerdote,
Jessica Lee Sachs,
Neraha Saad
Muhammad Ali Sedeka,
Francis John Sedocha,
Jude Safi,
Rob Joe Safranoff,
Edward Saia,
John Patrick Salamo,
Hernando Salas,
Juan G. Salas,
Esmerlin Antonio Salcedo,
John Salvatore Salerno Jr.,
Rama Avila,
Richard L. Salinardi Jr.,
Wayne John Salomon,
Norbert Salomon,
Catherine Patricia Salter,
Frank Salvatera,
Paul Richard Salvio,
Samuel Robert Salvo Jr.,
Rena Sam Dinu,
Carlos Alberto Samniago,
James Kenneth Samuel Jr.,
Michael San Felipe,
Sylvia San Pio,
Hugo M. Sane,
Eric Sanchez,
Jacqueline Patrice Sanchez,
Jesus Sanchez,
Eric M. Sand,
Stacy Lee Sanders,
Herman S. Sandler,
James Sands Jr.,
Aileen J. Santiago,
Kirsten Santiago,
Maria Teresa Centillion,
Susan Gale Santo,
Christopher Santoro,
John A. Santori,
Mario L. Santoro,
Jorge Octavio Santos Anaya,
Rufino Conrado Flores Santos III,
Rafael Humberto Santos,
Victor J. Saracini,
Kalyan Sakar,
Chappelle R. Sarver,
Paul F. Sarl,
Deepika Kumar Sadaluri,
Gregory Thomas Saucedo,
Susan M. Sauer,
Anthony Salas,
Vladimir Savinkin,
Jackie Saye,
John Michael Spabaro,
Robert L. Scandoli Jr.,
Michelle Scarpita,
Dennis Scauzo,
John Albert Chard,
John G. Sharp,
Frederick Claude Chester Hall Jr.,
Angela Susan Scheinberg,
Scott Mitchell Scherzer,
John Shelkey,
Stephen Francis Slade,
John Schleisel,
Karen Helene Smith,
Ian Schneider,
Thomas G. Scholes,
Frank G. Schott Jr.,
Gerald Patrick Trank,
Jeffrey H. Schreier,
John D. Schroeder,
Susan Lee Schuler,
Edward William Shank,
Mark E. Schurmeyer,
Larry Shelley Schwartz,
John Burkhart Schwartz,
Mark Schwartz,
Adrienne Victoria Schibetta,
Rafael Scorsa.
Randolph Scott.
Sheila Scott.
Christopher J. Scudder.
Arthur Warren Esmond.
Margaret M. Seeliger.
Anthony Segara.
Carlos Segarra.
Jason Sexter.
Matthew Carmen Celito.
Howard Selwyn.
Larry John Senko.
Arturo Angelo Sereno.
Frankie Serrano.
Elena Cesanova.
Adele Christine Sessa.
Sita Nirmala. Steve
Karen Lynn Seymour.
Davis Cesna.
Thomas Joseph Scroey.
Jaish S. Shah.
Khalid M. Shahid.
Mohammed Sajahan.
Harry Jameh.
Earl Richard Shanahan.
Neil Shastri.
Catherine Ann Shatzaw.
Barbara A. Shaw.
Jeffrey James.
Robert John Shea Jr.
Daniel James Shea.
Joseph Patrick Shea.
Mary Kathleen Shearer.
Robert M. Shearer.
Linda Sheehan.
Guy Sheffi.
John Anthony Sherry.
Atsui Siratori.
Thomas Joseph Schubert.
Mark Shulman.
C. Wong Shum.
Alan Abraham Schwartzstein.
Joanna Sigmund.
Diane T. Steiner.
Gregory Sikorsky.
Stephen Gerard Schiller.
David Silver.
Craig A. Silverstein.
Nasima Ahmed Simji.
Bruce Edward Simons.
Arthur Simon.
Kenneth Allen Simon.
Michael J. Simon.
Paul Joseph Simon.
Marianne Teresa Simon.
Barry Simowitz.
Jane Louise Simpkin.
Jeff Lyle Simpson.
Kamla Dai Singh.
Kulwat Singh.
Roshan Ramesh Singh.
Thomas E. Sinton III.
Peter A. Syracuse.
Muriel Faye Siskopoulos.
Joseph Michael Cizolak.
John P. Scala.
Francis Joseph Skidmore Jr.
Tonya Skinner.
Paul Allen Skripek.
Christopher Paul Slattery.
Vincent Robert Slavin.
Robert F. Sliwak.
Paul K. Sloan.
Stanley S. Smigala Jr.
Wendy L. Small.
Catherine Smith.
Daniel Lawrence Smith.
George Eric Smith.
Heather Lee Smith.
James Gregory Smith.
Jeffrey R. Smith.
Joyce Patricia Smith.
Leon Smith Jr.
Carl T. Smith.
Keisha Smith.
Kevin Joseph Smith.
Maura Ann Smith.
Rosemary A. Smith.
Bonnie Jean Smithwick.
Rochelle Monique Snell.
Diane Bullis Snyder.
Leonard J. Snyder Jr.
Astrid Elizabeth Sohan.
Sushil S. Solanki.
Ruben Solaris.
Naomi Leah Solomon.
Daniel W. Song.
Michael Charles Seres.
Fabian Soto.
Timothy Patrick Sulis.
Gregory Spagnoletti.
Donald F. Spampinato Jr.
Thomas Sparacio. John Anthony Spataro,
Robert W. Spear, Jr.,
Maynard S. Spence, Jr.,
George Edward Spencer III,
Robert Andrew Spencer,
Mary Rubina Sperando,
Tina Spicer,
Frank Spinelli,
William E. Spitz,
Joseph Spoor, Jr.,
Klaus Johannes Sprackham,
Saranya Trinuan,
Fitzry St. Rose,
Michael F. Stable,
Lawrence T. Stack,
Timothy M. Stackpole,
Richard James Stadelberger,
Eric Stallman,
Gregory Stack,
Alexandru Livu Stan,
Corina Stan,
Mary Dominica Stanley,
Anthony Starita,
Jeffrey Stark,
Derek James Statkavikus,
Craig William Staub,
William V. Steckman,
Eric Thomas Steen,
William R. Steiner,
Alexander Steinman,
Andrew Sturgiopoulos,
Andrew Stern,
Martha Stevens,
Richard H. Stewart, Jr.,
Michael James Stewart,
Sanford M. Stoller,
Douglas Joel Stone,
Lonnie J. Stone,
James Neville Story,
Timothy Stout,
Thomas Strada,
James J. Strain, Jr.,
Edward W. Straub,
George J. Strauss, Jr.,
Edward T. Strauss,
Stephen R. Strauss,
Stephen F. Strobert,
Walwyn W. Stewart, Jr.,
Benjamin Suarez,
David Scott Suarez,
Ramon Suarez,
Xavier Suarez,
Yoichi Sugiyama,
William Christopher Sugra,
Daniel Schur,
David Mark Sullins,
Christopher P. Sullivan,
Patrick Sullivan,
Thomas Sullivan,
Elerejo Soriano Sumaya, Jr.,
James Joseph Suozo,
Colleen Sapinski,
Robert Sutcliffe,
Celine Sutter,
Claudia Suzette Sutton,
John Francis Swain,
Christine M. Swearson,
Brian David Sweeney,
Brian Edward Sweeney,
Madeline Amy Sweeney, Kenneth J. Swenson, Thomas Swift, Derek Ogilvy Sword, Kevin Thomas Stone, Gina Steinberg, Norbert P. Sukowski, Harry Tabak, Joanne Tabik, Norma C. Tadai, Michael Tadonio, Keiichiro Takahashi, Keiji Takahashi, Phyllis Gail Talbot, Robert Talhami, Sean Patrick Talon, Paul Talfi, Morita Tam, Rochelle Tomares, Hector Tamayo, Michael Andrew Tamushio, Kenichiro Tanaka.
Rondell Cherie Kinkard.
Michael Anthony Tanner.
Dennis Gerard Tormina Jr.
Kenneth Joseph Tarantino.
Alan Terracina.
Michael C. Taru.
Ronald Tartaro.
Darrell Anthony Taylor.
Donnie Brooks Taylor.
Larissa Ceylon Taylor.
Michael Morgan Taylor.
Paul A. Tegmeyer.
Ishant Tembe.
Anthony Tempesta.
Dorothy Pearl Temple.
Stanley Temple.
David Tenglin.
Brian John Terenzi.
Lisa M. Terry.
Shell Tester.
Gumatier T. Thackerday.
Sumati Thakur.
Harshad Sham Tate.
Michael Theoridis.
Thomas F. Burkham Jr.
Leslie Ann Thomas.
Brian Thomas Thompson.
Clive Thompson.
Glenn Thompson.
Nigel Bruce Thompson.
Perry A. Thompson.
Fanava Alexei Thompson.
William H. Thompson.
Eric Raymond Thorpe.
Gillard Paul. Sal Edward Thierry Jr. John P. Tierney. Mary Ellen Tiesi. William R. Teach. Kenneth Francis Tijen. Stephen Edward Teague. Scott Charles Timms. Michael E. Tinley. Jennifer M. Tino. Robert Frank Tipaldi. John James Tipping II. David Tirado. Hector Luis Tirado Jr. Michelle Lee Titolo. Alicia N. Titus. John J. Tobin. Richard Tedesco. Vladimir Tomashevich. Stephen Kevin Tomset. Thomas Tong. Doris Torres. Luis Eduardo Torres. Amy Elizabeth Toyen. Christopher Michael Traina. Daniel Patrick Trent. Abdul Karim Traore. Glenn J. Travers.
Walter Philip Travers.
Felicia Y. Trailer Bass.
James Anthony Trentini.
Mary Barbara Trentini.
Lisa L. Tratola.
Caramo Trera.
Michael Angel Trinidad.
Francis Joseph Trombino.
Gregory James Trust.
William P. Salepis.
Zanera Valentinova Tsoy.
Michael Tucker.
Lance Richie Tamolti.
Ching Ping Tung.
Simon James Turner.
Donald Joseph Tuzio.
Robert T. Tomei.
Jennifer Ziesman.
John J. Yulsofer.
Tyler V. Ugalin.
Michael A. Uliano.
Jonathan J. Iaman.
Anil Shivari Umarkar.
Alan B. Upton.
Diane Marie Urban.
John Damian Bakiccio.
Bradley Hodges Varas.
Renuda Bairo.
William Valcarcel.
Felix Antonio Valle.
Ivan Valle.
Benito Valentin.
Santos Valentin Jr.
Carlton Francis Valvo II.
Pendalay Vasi Krishna.
Erica H. Van Acker.
Kenneth W. Van Auken.
Richard B. Van Hine.
Daniel M. Van Lair.
Edward Raymond Van Acker.
John C. Van de Van Lair.
Barrett Van Velzer.
Edward Van Velzer.
Paul Herman Van Velzer.
Frederick Thomas Baraki.
Gopal Krishnan Varadhan.
David Vargas.
Scott C. Vassell.
Azel Ismail Vasquez.
Archangel Vasquez.
Santos Vasquez.
Peter Anthony Vega.
Sankara S. Bellamori.
George Velasquez.
Lawrence G. Belling.
Anthony Mark Ventura.
See you Tuesday, Uncle Jeff. We miss you.
David Vera.
Loretta Ann Vero.
Christopher James Villalonga.
Matthew Gilbert Viana.
Robert Anthony Vicario.
Celeste Torres Victoria.
Joanne Vidal.
John T. Vigiano II.
Joseph Vincent Vigiano.
Frank J. Vignola Jr.
Joseph Barry Villardo.
Sergio Gabriel Villanueva.
Chantal Vincelli.
Melissa Vincent.
Francine Ann Virgilio.
Lawrence Virgilio.
Joseph Gerard Viscano.
Joshua S. Vitale.
Maria Percoco Vola.
Lynette D. Bojas.
Garo H. Bocarigian.
Alfred Vacosa.
Gregory Kamal Bruno Wackler.
Mary Alice Wallstrom.
Gabriela Weisman.
Courtney Wainwright Walcott.
Victor Walls.
Kenneth Waldy.
Benjamin James Walker.
Glenn Wall.
Mitchell Scott Wallace.
Peter Guider Wallace.
Robert Francis Wallace.
Roy Michael Wallace.
Jean Marie Wallendorf.
Matthew Blake Wallens.
John Wallace Jr.
Barbara P. Walsh.
James Henry Walsh.
Jeffrey P. Waltz.
Ching Wang.
Weibin Wang.
Michael Warcola.
Stephen Gordon Ward.
Timothy Ray Ward.
James Arthur Waring.
Brian G. Warner.
Derek Washington.
Charles Waters.
James Thomas Waters Jr.
Patrick J. Waters.
Kenneth Thomas Watson.
Michael Henry Way.
Todd Christopher Weaver.
Walter Edward Weaver.
Nathaniel Webb.
Dina Webster. William Michael Weems. John Flora Whale. Michael T. Weinberg. Stephen Weinberg. Scott Jeffrey Weingard. Stephen George Weinstein. Simon Weiser. David M. Weiss. David Thomas Weiss. Vincent Michael Wells. Timothy Matthew Welty. Christian Hans Rudolph Wemmers. Su Hui Huen. John Joseph Wimkus. Ole D. Wengerchuk. Whitfield West Jr. Peter M. West. Meredith Lynn Whalen. Eugene Whalen. Edward James White III. Adam S. White. James Patrick White. John Sylvester White. Kenneth Wilburn White, Jr. Leonard Anthony White. Melissa Y. White. Wayne White.
Leanne Marie Whiteside.
Mark P. Whitford.
Michael T. Holy.
Mary Catherine Wyman.
Jeffrey David Weiner.
Willem J. Wick.
Allison Marie Wildman.
Glenn E. Wilkinson.
John C. Willard.
Louis Calvin Williams III.
Brian Patrick Williams.
Candace Lee Williams.
David J. Williams.
Deborah Lynn Williams.
Crossley Richard Williams, Jr.
Kevin Michael Williams.
Louis Anthony Williams.
John P. Williamson.
Donna Ann Wilson.
William Wilson.
David Harold Winton.
Glenn J. Winnick.
Thomas Francis Weiss.
Alan L. Wisniewski.
Frank Thomas Wisniewski.
David Wiswald.
Sigrid Wiswe.
Michael Wittenstein.
Christopher W. Wodenschek. Martin P. Wolforth. Catherine Susan Wolf. Jennifer Yen Wong. Sue Chung Wong. Ying Ping Wong. Yuk Ping Wong. Brent James Woodall. James John Woods. Patrick J. Woods. Richard Heron Woodwell. David Terrence Woody. John Bentley Works. Martin Michael Wortley. Rodney James Watton. William Wren. John Wayne Wright. Neil Robin Wright. Sandra Lee Wright. Jupiter Yam Bem. Suresh Yana Madala. Matthew David Yarnell. Myrna Yaskulka. Shakila Yasmin. Olabisi Shady Layeni Yi. William Yemile. Edward P. York. Patrick Kevin York. They were so much more than just names. They meant a lot to us. Okay.
Raymond R. York.
Suzanne Yeomans.
Barrington Young.
Jacqueline Young.
Elkin Yun.
Joseph C. Zaccoli.
Adele Agabi Zachary.
Arkady Zaltzman.
Edwin J. Zebrana, Jr.
Robert Allen Zampieri.
Mark Zagrilli.
Christopher Rudolph Zarba, Jr.
Ira Zaslow.
Kenneth Albert Zellman.
Abraham J. Zelmanowitz.
Martin Morales Zumpo Al Tecato.
Zhe Zheng.
Mark Scott Zeppelin.
Jie Yao Justin Zhao.
Evelyn Zeminski.
Michael Joseph Zinzi.
Charles A. Zion.
Julie Lynn Zipper.
Salvatore Zisa.
Procopius Paul Zois.
Joseph J. Zucala.
Andrew S. Zucker.
Igor Zuckelman.
Lorraine Antigua.
Frank Thomas Aquilino.
Babita Jajamati Guman.
Dujuan Hodges.
Donna T. Jones.
Donald W.
Jones.
Michael F. Lynch.
Vincent S. Morello.
Takashi Ogawa.
May God bless the victims. We love you all. May God bless America.
Detail, present, halt! Order! Home! Okay, no problem.
One year ago, the ground we are standing on shook, and the earth gave way. Although the buildings fell, the foundation on which all Americans stand will never fall. For it is the sacred principle of freedom and equality on which we build our lives. Governor James E. McGreevey.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor.
Nearly 3 hours after the ceremonies for the one-year anniversary of the attack on New York and the attack on America, the service has concluded. Good morning again. Welcome back to our special CBS 2 coverage of the anniversary of the 9/11 terror attacks. I'm Dana Tyler.
And I am Ernie Anastas. We have just heard and seen probably one of the most emotional things that we will hear today. Various New York City officials spent the past couple of hours and a half listing the names of those lost here at the World Trade Center. And without interruption, we saw their pictures and heard their names, each read with reverence, love, and honor. The names of these heroic people, certainly golden to the ears of the families and loved ones. 2,801 names, precious lives and everlasting memory. Honored today before all of us here and before the world. And for the first time, the families of the victims walked on the scarred earth here at Ground Zero.
And they are. Many families have not left the pit area. Families here came with so much today. They came with photographs, they came with posters, they came with heavy hearts, and they came with a shared bond that they are sharing right now. And what's called the Circle of Honor down in the pit, 7 stories below street level. And you can see so many families, Ernie, they just don't want to go. They were given flowers as the names were being read. That wide open area there around the edge of it, it's almost like a vase. There are holes. We've seen the families put their roses, and also they have left
whatever else they had,
mementos that will be saved. And the Circle of Honor will be saved for a memorial when it is built, and it will be kept permanently. All these precious memories.
They brought in their personal articles. We saw them, I'm sure you did at home, holding pictures, holding each other, and remembering their loved ones. And we also saw thousands of people gathered along the sides here on all of the buildings in the World Financial Center and across the way on the rooftops. And they quietly, and we turned around and watched, they quietly listened in reverence with the dust kicking up, and we have been feeling it. Gusts up to 25 miles per hour. Clear sky with some warm sunshine, but what a moment this has been. And it's been an international feeling, too, because we have to remember that 500 foreigners from 91 countries lost their lives, and we saw so many people here today feeling the emotion and also understanding the outpour of love.
We've also had people all over this area, including at St. Paul's Church, which right after the tragedy, so many people sought refuge. People who worked in the area, rescue crews went there for some solemn time together to gather their thoughts. Today, as it has been, it's just been opened up again after being cleaned up, but throughout the past year, for the most part of that, it has been a tourist site. People leaving shirts and hats and posters, coming for just a moment to...
It's become sort of an unofficial memorial there. As you mentioned, they have gathered there and they continue to go there. We're going to be going to that in a little while. We do have a reporter standing by, but right now we do have Penny Crone, who is with us, and she is with a group of firefighters on the east side, remembering their own, remembering quite a bit today, Penny.
Well, we're at Ladder 3, and the firefighters here, 12 firefighters were killed last year at this time. 12 were killed at the World Trade, and these people here are gathering. These are family members who have been downtown. At noon today, they're going to be having a mass for the firefighters' families and friends. And incidentally, I'll just show you a shot of this truck real quick. This truck is Ladder 3. It's a new truck, and the firefighters are still working today. They've gone on several runs. Right now, it is parked on 13th Street. So many people have been coming by to send their condolences and their well wishes. And with us right now, we have John and Michael. Now, your nephew, your brother, was killed a year ago. I'd love to show a picture of him. His name is John McAvoy. I know for you, you're thinking of him every second, and this is very difficult. And I just had some wonderful thoughts about him.
He was brave, courageous, selfless, the best son, a brother, a family member that you could possibly think of. And he was always a hero to us because he was always really special.
And that's John, in front.
Fully prepared.
And you said something interesting. You said he always carries this equipment. He was
always 100% fully prepared. He loved being a fireman. He took his job really serious. He took life really serious. He was a great guy.
And our hearts go out to you. And sir,
You're his uncle, and your thoughts today.
My thoughts today about this whole situation is that I hope nobody forgets him. Nobody forgets today, like this gathering every year. They should be doing every year. They should do something. Nobody should ever forget what happened.
I'm going to grab you over here because, you know, we've known each other a long time. We're talking to relatives of John McAvoy.
Right.
I've known you many years. And our hearts go out to all of you and your thoughts today as a firefighter. I know this must be very tough for you.
You know, it's tough for us, and it's especially tough on the families, I know, just to go through it all again. But I kind of try to keep a positive perspective, you know, that they're up there watching over us, and it's kind of nice to know that we have so many brave guys up there that, you know, gave their lives for us.
Heaven got a little tougher on September 11th.
Yeah.
Heaven got a lot more prepared.
We won't have any fires in heaven, will they?
No, never.
No. Put them out. And
just today down there, it was just weird at the time that the first moment of silence, a huge gust of wind came along. It just started to get windy, and you could see the dust lifting out of the dig, and it was really.
Thank Danny Brown he took me over to the spot where they found my brother.
Captain Dan Brown.
Captain Danny Brown, and he showed me where they found John. I was able to lay a rose and American flag, and it was exactly at 9:59 when he showed me, which was when the first tower came down. So it was pretty special and pretty emotional to be able to do that.
You know, I noticed something, and I think the three of you are obvious and know about it, and everyone here, that even this bench right here was donated for Captain Patty Brown, who was one of my best friends.
I know. He loved that bench. He'd sit out here in the morning and have his coffee, and he just liked it. And he planted the ivy. He was trying to make it more of a home, as much as it was already, but so we always have that reminder. So the bench is here, and guys sit out here and
think about it.
Yeah, just think about those guys a lot.
Well, our hearts go with you all.
Thank you.
And have a wonderful Mass.
Thank you.
And take care. God bless.
Thank you, Betty.
I'm Penny Kroon, reporting from Ladder 3. Now back to you.
Penny, these are strong men and not afraid to show their emotions. And I heard you say earlier that with all that's going on today, they are still on the job. If something happens, they're there.
We have been with them. They've gone on at least 3 runs in town, and they sure are. They're always, firefighters are always here, and police officers. Our guys are here for us 24/7 all the time, no matter what.
Penny Kroon, Ladder 3, thank you for being with us. Okay.
The wind we've talked about kicking up here, and the dust that fire spoke of, is people were wiping tears off, also wiping dust from their eyes. And at one point, Ernie, with the sound it made on the microphone,
yes.
It was an eerie sound as it roared through here, but the lovely music.
A lot of thoughts to our minds, absolutely. Well, we're going to go right now to St. Paul's Church, and we told you that our own Kirsten Cole is there. This has been a haven for so many of the recovery workers, and so many people have gathered there over this past year, and they're there, of course, today. Kirsten Cole.
Dana and Ernie, we have seen people gathering here since very early this morning. They were here before the sun even came up, and by the thousands they have decided to line the streets, and they have waited here, waited for the ceremony to begin. And I think the thing that is most remarkable about all of this is listening to silence. People have been so incredibly respectful as they have stood by the roadside waiting for the ceremony to begin, and all they could catch was an echo of what was happening, an echo of all of those names as they were read. It took 2 hours, yet they stood here. Right now you can begin to see a bit of a sea of blue, a lot of dress uniforms as they're leaving the site, people still lining the route, and you can still see the makeshift memorial that has literally wrapped St. Paul's. This is a memorial that has changed over the year. I've been down here several times, and each time it's different. It's living, it's breathing, and it's changing because people from all across the world have brought different mementos here in their way of marking what has been a very painful time for them. And what was so remarkable, when I went into the crowd and asked people why they were standing here, they were taking pictures of basically a fence. They couldn't see very much from here, but they said that was enough for them, just to be able to stand in proximity to this site, to this hallowed ground, and to be able to listen and pay their respects as best they can. And I came across a group of people that I'd like to introduce you to now. There are 4 people that have been here since the beginning. Their arms have been held high. The flags have not come down. You know how long we have all stood here. The flags have not come down. I want to start with you, Patricia, because this is a day for you to remember, and it was a very close call for you.
Actually, it was. It was a regular day. Started off normal and put all my stuff together for my calls, and I went and I serviced down in the Port Authority K-9 unit with Officer Lim and worked on his computer. And then I went and I had my ID badge renewed a little bit early. I had the gentleman that was there do me a favor and kind of kept me from upstairs, but I was still early for my next appointment. And when I got to 44, I decided to stop for a cup of coffee, and it kept me from being up in the 80s when the plane hit, because I wasn't in the commissary more than 5 minutes before the plane hit.
Had you not stopped and gotten that ID badge,
I'd be gone because I would have went upstairs. I'm very punctual, and I would have been there early. I would have went upstairs and, just even to sit and get everything together, what I had to do.
And for those who don't know, Officer Lim was a Port Authority officer who was pulled out of the rubble.
Yes, he was with the K-9 unit, and he was pulled out, I believe, the next morning or early the next morning. And I'm amazed. You have no idea. And this brings back a lot of memories, but I'm glad to be here. I'm really glad to share this with everybody. And I needed to be here.
Louis, you too were very close to this. You said you lost some, you were able to keep some.
Yes, 5 people I knew were in the buildings, 8 altogether. 1 was a fireman. Out of the 5, 1 fireman is gone. 4 brokers I knew from the New York Stock Exchange, gone. 3 people I knew made it out.
And what has been so amazing is these stories have been echoed over and over again as we talk to people throughout the route that have stood here reverently and so silently during this entire time just so that they could be a part of this and pay their own respects. That's what we have for you from St. Paul's right now. I'm Kirsten Cole live in Lower Manhattan. Back to you.
Thank you, Kirsten. We are back here at Ground Zero. So many people are still around the perimeter here of Ground Zero, and as you know, thousands come here every day. Many are quiet and reverent. Others come with their families and their children, taking pictures, whatever. And now, in fact, it's a little easier for people to see because they have replaced that plywood fence with a new mesh fence, so it's a lot easier to look and do what you feel like doing.
Let's go to CBS 2's Marcia Kramer, who has a different vantage point of the pit area and now what's called the Circle of Honor. Marcia.
Well, Dana, I'm standing here right now with Joe Alba. He's the director of FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and he told me while we were waiting that this ceremony that we're watching from here was a very sad day, and it caused him to have a total change of heart about what he wants to see here. Tell us about it, Joe.
Well, it wasn't a change of heart today. I've been thinking about this for a long time, but as you see behind us, this is the first time many of these family members have ever had a chance to get down on the ground floor of the Trade Center. And originally I thought we should build back this area as an American. Now as an American, it's going to be a New Yorker's decision, a New York decision. But as an American, I want to make sure that these family members and those who gave their life unnecessarily are remembered 50 years from now, 200 years from now, 250 years from now as to the reason why they gave their life. And I know it's an issue that New York will resolve, but that's just my personal opinion. This is a tough day.
So your opinion really is that this needs to be a memorial for the people? I
think so. All 16 acres for those people and for those family members to come and pay their respects in the future and share time with their loved ones. I mean, this is a traumatic experience for those folks who've been here for the very first time. It was a solemn ceremony. I am just honored to play a very small part in it today. This brings back a lot of personal memories for me. I lost a lot of friends here, and it's amazing and a credit to the American spirit that we were able to remove all the debris in 8.5 months. I really thought we would still be removing debris on this day, and yet here we are celebrating the lives of the 2,801 individuals who gave their life.
Thank you very much for joining us. Reporting live here from Ground Zero, I'm Marcia Kramer. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Marcia. And listening to what Mr. Alba had to say about what should happen to the 16-acre site. Former Mayor Giuliani also saying he believes all of it should be a memorial site. But as we all know, those plans still very, very much in the works.
Yet to be determined. We're going to jump over the river right now, go over to New Jersey. The centerpiece right there, Liberty State Park. It's a panoramic view of the Manhattan skyline. Our Vince Dementri is standing by with more of what's going on now. And, of course, later on tonight with services at around 7 o'clock. Vince?
Ernie, earlier this morning, this was the demarcation for the 691 family survivors of those of the victims that were killed in the World Trade Center attack. They disembarked here just down the area here at Liberty State Park and ferried down to Lower Manhattan. They have not yet returned. However, throughout the morning and throughout the afternoon, small clatterings of people have come by. One of those people, Marcella Robinson. You've taken a look at the Manhattan skyline, and if I heard it once, I heard it a dozen times today. There's a gaping hole. Your thoughts?
Well, a year ago, the skies were full of smoke. Today, they're filled with wind. It's a feeling of maybe, hopefully, a cleansing of what's going on today. It does leave a hole. It leaves a hole in all of us. And the work that we do today to help with the sorrow from a year ago today.
And you're involved in that work. Tell me a little bit about it.
Yeah, I'm involved in CREW, which is a community-based program, an outreach of alternative practitioners. I'm an acupuncturist and massage therapist. And we've been working with the firehouses, the Port Authority Police, and the survivors and widows of 9/11.
We don't anticipate that he shall. Again, I think, if I may, just to give some guidance as to where we feel we are in the day, one of the things we want to try and do is give you the best look that we possibly can, that our correspondents can, as to what really happened in roughly the time it really happened. After the planes hit the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, for example, and we're at about that point, we were all struck with this horror of the day. On Flight 93, one of the great stories of this extraordinary tragedy, these acts of courage and determination, I think that's a fair word, that has lived with all of us for the past year. There have been attacks in 2 American cities, New York and in Washington. The trade centers here in New York have been hit by airplanes. In Washington, there is a large fire at the Pentagon. The Pentagon has been evacuated. Obviously, we are in the middle of an extraordinary catastrophe.
It went straight down. And it crashed, and I seen the smoke and the flame come up.
Another plane has crashed, this one about 80 miles south of Pittsburgh.
This is United 93. Flew way out, all the way out toward Ohio, and then took a drastic 180-degree turn, was headed clearly toward Washington, D.C. When the crash happened in Pennsylvania. It's, I think, safe to say, a prominent target in Washington was the goal.
One of the last places you would probably expect to be touched by the violence of an act of terrible terrorism like we have seen today.
What we didn't know at the time was that there were 4 hijackers on board. But what they hadn't counted on was people on board making phone calls to their loved ones and to others. They knew then that they were next, and they decided to do something about it. They got together, they discussed it, and this is what really gets me. They voted. They voted to take back the plane. We walk around to the edge of this ridge area, which is about 300 yards from where the crash site was, and I saw smoke rising up out of what looked like a small pit. I remember asking a state trooper that was there to be sure, is that where the plane went down? It was so hard to tell because there was nothing around. The plane hit so hard that most of the pieces were crumpled in on top of itself, collapsed right there in that crater. I've heard this a number of times, and I think it's very accurate, that Shanksville, Pennsylvania is the site of the first victory in the war on terrorism. These passengers, they fought back. The plane did not make it to Washington, and there's no telling how many lives they saved doing it.
afternoon. Welcome back to America Remembers and our attempt to share with you events that are going on all over the country today as we mark that 1 year point we've reached after September 11th. About a half an hour ago, the ceremonies wrapped up at Ground Zero, and they perhaps were some of the most poignant for you all to watch. There was a circle of honor where family members trekked down to a very small part of the 16-acre site to pay their respects to family members who had lost their lives. Some family members had never come here before today. It simply was too painful to come, and somehow they thought that they would seek some solace from the shared experience of adventuring there today. It was a very dignified ceremony. A painful ceremony, I'm sure, for all of you to watch, where the individual names of each person murdered here on September 11th a year ago was read. It took almost 2 hours and 40 minutes for dignitaries and family members to get through that list, starting, of course, at the beginning of the alphabet, ending with Z's. Right now, we're going to go to Gary Tuckman, who was one of our first correspondents to get to that area a year ago. He has had time to spend with some of the families there today, trying to reflect with them. And Gary, I'm just wondering if you could share a little bit of what you've experienced so far today.
Well, Paula will be able to do it firsthand, because the fact is, while people all over the world watch this ceremony was especially designed for the family members, those who lost loved ones in the World Trade Center on September 11, 2001. And with us right now is one of those family members, or four of the members of the family. This is Pat Racanelli. Pat lost her brother, Vinny Damadeo. The two children, the smallest kids right here, this is 8-year-old Frankie Damadeo. This is 11-year-old Jerry. They lost their dad. And this is James Racanelli. He lost his uncle. I want to ask you, Pat, did this give you comfort being here today?
It did give me comfort. My brother died alone. He was with none of his family. We're a very close family. And I told him that evening, I said, Vinny, you were all by yourself. And all year long that haunted me. So I said, I'm coming here. And I did. And I was scared to, very scared to, because I loved him very much. When I got down into the pit, I felt him. I really did.
Tell me how you felt.
He loved working for Cantor Fitzgerald. He loved the World Trade Center. He's been down here 18 years. I felt his joy. I felt his love of life. His boys were with me. They're talking about their dad. They used to come visit him all the time here. It was very, very comforting. I felt he was with me in a very special way. And I'm thankful for today.
And I want to talk to his boys for a second. Jerry, you're 11 years old, in 6th grade. Has 6th grade been tough for you this year without your dad?
Yes.
Tell me what kind of dad your dad was. I bet you he was a great guy, right?
Yes.
Tell me why he was such a great guy.
He always played sports with us.
What sports do you play?
Basketball, soccer, baseball, football.
You must miss him a whole lot.
Yes.
Let me talk to your little brother. This is Frankie. Frankie is in 3rd grade. He just started 3rd grade the other day, right?
Like 3 days ago.
Tell me what kind of guy your dad was.
A nice one.
Yeah, why was he so nice to you?
He used to buy me lots of stuff.
See, that's what makes a nice dad. It must be hard for you right now. You have your brothers, you have your mom at home, you have your aunt and your uncle. And you miss him, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's the most important message you can give him. Before we go, let's talk to the elder statesman of the youth group here. This is James. He was your uncle. What kind of uncle was your dad? Was your uncle?
Yeah, Uncle Vinny was great. You know, he always took us to Yankee games, and he was always there when you needed him. He was the greatest person. He would do anything for anybody at any time. And it's hard without him because, you know, as my mother said, we're such a close family. And
We had a mass. We had a memorial service back in October, and we had a mass, full church. Everybody came to the mass. It was a beautiful tribute to my brother at church, and it was very hard because that put the reality. That was reality when we buried him. So It's been a tough month for all of us, a very tough month, as well as a very hard year.
I'm very grateful that you talked to us on CNN.
I thank you.
We wish you all the best. And one thing we want to mention about this is a lifetime of heartache for family members who lost loved ones in the World Trade Center. We hope today's service provides some comfort for the people who did end up coming here today. Paula, back to you.
Gary, I had the opportunity to spend some time with a couple of the families last week who actually ventured out to the Statue of Liberty to look back in the city and remember family members they had lost. And the one thing they said to me was that they didn't think the rest of America really understood that there was no such thing as closure, that their pain is not fleeting, that they endured around the clock. And I'm just wondering, hang on one second.
This is on the large part of your screen, on the right part of the screen. This is a ceremony, a service, if you will. Why don't we take it full, if you guys don't mind? A service going on at the firehouse in Chelsea. Chelsea's in Lower Manhattan. There has been bunting around the firehouse, and at some point today that will come down, and the flag at the firehouse will be raised to full mast or full staff. I always confuse the two. Thank you.
Depends on whether it's one's at ground and one's at sea.
There we go. This is the kind of thing, let me talk gently here. Just take this in for a moment. This firehouse lost, as memory serves me, 5 members. There are few firehouses in New York that lost none. Each of them today will wish for tomorrow. We said a little earlier that, and this is probably true in other cities too, that firefighters in New York City, it's a family business in many ways, that fathers and sons, grandfathers have all joined the department. It was long considered the Irish family business here in New York. But it is a family within the firehouse as well. And they have suffered such an extraordinary loss. It is truly indescribable. We see the flag now at full staff.
And as they live through this loss, there are still so many questions being raised about whether the city could have done more to make these firefighters safer that day. Surveys have shown that the radio operations and communication systems weren't what they were supposed to have been that day. They were making a switch from an analog to a digital system, and that left many of these firefighters unable to communicate with their superiors.
Well, I think there are, and there ought to be, many investigations to go on in many different places as to how things might have turned out differently. But one of the absolute truths of this tragedy is that firefighters did what firefighters do, is that they ran towards danger to save other people. And it may turn out that had the communication systems been better and the rest, the number would have been something other than 343. But you can't take the danger out of the firefighting business, and you, as it turns out, can't take the heroism out of the firefighter either. All the best equipment and the best command be damned in that case. It's a dangerous, tricky business. And when the worst thing happens, and the worst thing happened, this is where we end up.
But I think where the bitterness really came in was the days following the tragedy, where these guys needed respiratory equipment that just wasn't capable of being brought in. We go down to the New York Stock Exchange. Christine Romans is standing by. I believe we might be in our moment of silence here. A delayed opening today of the New York Stock Exchange.
The Stock Exchange was closed for a week. It was the Stock Exchange, for those of you who aren't familiar, perhaps there are a few of you, is located in Lower Manhattan. New York Stock Exchange is located in Lower Manhattan, and so in many cases it's literally impossible to get there. Remember being in a hotel in those first few weeks, and Merrill Lynch had set up offices in that hotel, which is 30, 40, 50 blocks away. But in any case, the Stock Exchange stayed closed, and then when it opened, it was not a very pleasant day for the stock market.
Oh, we remember that. It's a very powerful lineup you have at the podium today. When we get that shot again, you'll see the head of the SEC, Governor of New York, current Mayor of New York, former Mayor of New York.
The Stock Exchange is an important part of the city and the business of the Stock Exchange. We don't mean to sound crass by talking about money on a day like today, but the fact is that one of the things that the terrorists tried to do was attack a great symbol of American capitalism, and we suspect there is no greater symbol than the Stock Exchange.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
From the Stock Exchange in New York, which is back in business. The country's back in business on at noon o'clock, I almost said. Well, I did say it.
You did.
Turns out.
You knew what you meant.
Yeah, at noon Eastern Daylight Time. Good morning again. Good afternoon again, everybody. It is a wind-blown day of remembrance and sorrow here in New York.
And we actually have one of our own who is inside and can actually hear what's going on, Christine Romans, who joins us from the Stock Exchange to tell us a little bit more about what Dick Grasso, the head of the Stock Exchange, has to say today and what he wants us to learn.
Hi there, Paula. Hi there to you too, Aaron. Yeah, a very somber day here. Really the very dull, dim mood here, broken by cheers for Rudy Giuliani and Governor Pataki and Mayor Bloomberg and Dick Grasso when they came into the building. And there's the opening bell. Trading will get underway. As you know, last year on this day, there was no trading at the New York Stock Exchange, and the NYSE was closed for 4 days. And people here take it very seriously. The people who were lost just a few blocks away from here, you know, the attack on Lower Manhattan. Manhattan, the south part of this island is a financial capital because of the New York Stock Exchange and the stock trading that goes on here. So people take it very seriously, and they are quite defiant today. They really, really are. A year on, they're still very defiant about what happened here, and they're really determined to trade stocks.
I guess what we haven't been able to figure out today is what the futures may predict for the day. What are analysts saying there?
So far, so so good. You've got the market a little bit higher here. You know, since September 10th last year, September 10th really, a lot of people here would say it was the last day of normalcy for many of them. The Dow is down 10%. The S&P is down significantly. So is the NASDAQ. These markets have been lower, hit by a variety of factors. But overall, people say they're pretty encouraged by how well this market and this economy has absorbed the shocks of the past year. And people overall are pretty confident moving ahead. They say they hope the worst is behind the markets and that things can be stable. At least for today, that seems to be the case. The Dow is up 66 points right now.
Thank you, Christine. We are going to go straight to Pennsylvania and show you a live picture of the soon-to-be unveiled landing of the president in Shanksville.
They've flown an Air Force One, not the Air Force One, nearby. Now the president's helicoptering over to the field in Shanksville, and there you see that version of Marine One. I don't know how many versions of Marine One there are, but the president and the First Lady will spend some time, private time, with the families who have come to Shanksville from all over the country.
We do know that the president has a sincere interest in talking with individual family members, and those family members at Ground Zero who had the opportunity to meet with him months ago talked about how personally affected the president seemed to be by their fate.
Apologies. You can see fighter escorts, military fighter escort jets. Again, there's always extraordinary security around the President of the United States, but you rarely see it. What you see here is testament to the heightened state of alert that the country is on and the general concerns about the possibility that something untoward might happen to the president or anyone else. On the subject of something untoward, did I tell you it was a windy day in New York? Judy Woodruff is in Washington. Okay, and we'll get to Judy in a minute. Bill Hemmer is down at Ground Zero. Bill?
Yeah. Aaron, I think the heavens are taking a deep breath today and exhaling all over us. Listen, we were talking earlier about the firefighters and the enormous loss they had. And watching that ceremony at the Chelsea Firehouse a few moments ago, a constant and consistent reminder of the amazing toll that division paid a year ago today. 343 men lost when the towers fell. The chief is with us, Frank Crothers of the Fire Department of New York. A man, good morning to you, by the way. Good afternoon. 2 days ago, you were sworn in as the chief, the only man in New York history to be a chief, be a former chief, and then come back again. I think there was a message in there. Am I right?
If you want to read it that way, yeah, I guess so.
Why'd you come back then?
Well, I hadn't really wanted to leave in the first place, to be honest. I love this job. I love this department, and as we all do. And so many have given so much. We have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of rebuilding to do to move forward. And we are all accepting new responsibilities, more responsibility. We've promoted almost 700 people in the last year. They're all stepping up and taking on new jobs.
Give me a sense of what you're hearing from the men and women that serve here in New York City. You visited several houses this morning, firehouses on the way down here to Ground Zero. What were they saying? What were they talking about? What range of emotion did you pick up on?
Sadness, remembrance, recollection, a tremendous concern on the part of the current firefighters for the families of their heroic fallen brothers. In my visits, not only today, but in the past year, I'm constantly amazed at how the firefighters and fire officers have, on their own initiative, rebuilt their companies. The department can provide them with trucks, tools, and training, but that's what a fire department needs, but it's not what a fire department is. A fire department is the people in the companies. They are the ones who make it work. They are the ones who serve the public, and all of the rest of it exists to support them and to make them more effective in every way that we can. These people have come back from this horrible attack, and not only have they gotten back with the same dedication and commitment, they've taken in new members to the companies that lost so many, trained them and brought them along and made them an integral part of the unit. And at the same time, they've taken on responsibilities that no one would ever expect of firefighters. They've taken care of the families of their brothers.
In the past month, there's been a story circulating here in New York City that deals directly with the amount of attention these men and women have also gotten. At times, it appears that it perhaps was too much and too overwhelming. Do you get a sense now that that is dying out a little bit to make the men and women more comfortable, or not?
I don't think that it's possible for them to have gotten too much attention in light of the sacrifices that were made and that they continue to make. It's difficult in being reminded constantly by a constant flow of visitors, all well-intentioned, the generosity and the caring messages that we received, not only from across the country, but from across the world, were fantastic. One of the most encouraging things about them was the tremendous number of communications that came from young people and school children.
So true.
And clearly, they are our future. We're here to pave the way for them. Too often we hear the older generation decry the state of the younger. And if what we've seen in the last year is any indication, we're going to be in good hands.
Look forward for a moment, if you will. Look to September 12th. Look to the McKinsey report that pointed out the inadequacies of the system that had been in place a year ago today. Going forward, how does the department make itself better for the men and women who sign up, and also for the people who live in the tri-state area?
Very much participated and worked with the McKinsey Group in developing the study. We are committed to making as many of those changes as we possibly can. There are areas the fire commissioner has already reorganized the managerial structure of the department. Are in the process of training officers and distributing radiation detection devices to every unit. We're working with the police department. We're working with other people. We're doing pilot programs to improve our communications.
Look into the crystal ball a second, though, and tell me in terms of a time frame. At what point can you reach the point where you say, you know what? We saw our inadequacies, we corrected the system, and we put this into place, and now it is more effective. At what point does that arrive?
What you can say is that you accept that there is a great deal of work to be done. You commit yourself to doing the work. You have to realize that you're in an entirely new environment with new hazards, not in place of the old ones, but in addition to the old ones. That we have a tremendous training burden. We have tremendous opportunities. We need to train our people to a higher level. They are fully committed. We're blessed with an abundance of talented
indeed you are.
And committed people who are willing to step up.
Chief, thank you. Chief Crothers.
You're welcome.
You got your work
Thank
cut
you
out
for
for you.
having us.
Well, listen, we appreciate it too. Thank you, sir. Okay. Quickly, if we could go back down to the ceremony that continues here. The official ceremony is over. But what we're seeing right now is upwards of about 1,000 people is my best guess right now. 1,000 family members are still making their way down that ramp, down into the pit area. There is an extraordinary amount of dust and dirt that blows down in there, and it's quite possible as we see the procession go out, it could be that dust that is chasing some of the family members away sooner than they would like. For so many of these families, 1,700 to date, there are still no remains that have been turned over or found for them. In this area down here in Lower Manhattan is essentially a burial ground for so many people today. More in a moment from Ground Zero. For now, to Washington and my colleague, Judy Woodruff. Judy?
Thank you, Bill. And what you say about New York and how for so many of these families there are no remains is also true in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. You see, President Bush has just arrived at Shanksville, making his way to this another sacred ground, in fact. Bill Hemmer was describing what there is left in New York. Shanksville, Pennsylvania is another such place. The president, as we've been pointing out, flew in a smaller plane and has taken a helicopter to this site. It's hard for us to see exactly where he is right now in relation to the place where the ceremonies earlier took place, but we can assume he's very close. I don't know if we have any sound right now of that area. Do we have any sound? Carol Lynn is there for CNN. Carol, can you tell us where the president is? We know that he's not going to be speaking, making public remarks. Tell us a little bit more about what he'll do there.
Judy, I can tell you that I'm overlooking the site where he is going to be laying the wreath and meeting with the family members. And basically, he's not in my line of sight, so I can't tell you where he is. He's probably at the Jonestown airport. Jonestown isn't very far from here, and then his jet will have landed there, and he will be boarding a helicopter and then flying directly over to this site, Judy.
All right, Carol, I'm asking you to do something it's impossible
Judy,
for
let
you
me
to
correct
do, and
myself.
that is to see.
Judy, let me
Go ahead,
correct myself
Carol.
because he is here, but I can't. He is here. He is at the location, but I can't see him. He's far off in the distance, actually. If you look over this way, he is walking onto the site now. That is literally the crash site, the impact site. And you're taking a look at the picture there as President Bush and Laura Bush arrive there at the impact site. This is President Bush's first visit, Laura Bush's second visit with the families. She came out here shortly after the crash to speak to some of the family members. They're heading over to those bales of hay, which made up a temporary memorial site right after the crash. The applause you're hearing from some 250 of the closest family members to the victims. This actually started off as a very simple ceremony, which expanded as many of the families had ideas as to what they wanted to see, as well as what they wanted to say to the president today.
It's so difficult for any president in the United States to have a simple ceremony. It's always it's a complicated piece of business when the president moves around. And president now laying the wreath. Why don't we take this full? Thank you. This is such a small town that became such an important place.
44 passengers lost that day, including the pilots and the flight attendants. I guess what most of us are thinking about today is the enormous amount of courage and bravery that was exhibited by the men who tried to overtake this plane, take it back from the hijackers.
So often we've wondered, in moments like this with presidents, what must they be thinking?
president had some powerful words to say to the nation earlier today when he said the murder of innocents cannot be explained, only endured. He went on to say in his remarks from the Pentagon, and though they died in tragedy, they did not die in vain. Their loss has moved a nation to action in a cause to defend other innocent lives across the world. And today he pledged to win the war that began here, referring to the Pentagon at that point, but obviously also referring to the other points of impact during the first terrorist attacks we've endured on the mainland.
We ask of our president here in this country so much that he or she not only be the political leader, but also the ceremonial head of state. And it is that part of the job now that the president must do, to represent the country in all of these.
And will set my sanctuary in the midst of them forevermore.
And you, Son of Man, be not afraid of them, nor be afraid of their words. Though briars and thorns are with you, and you sit upon scorpions, be not afraid of their words, nor be dismayed at their looks. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace.
His truth is marching on. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the faithful lightning of his terrible sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. I have seen him in the watchfires of 100 circling camps. They have builded him an altar in the evening dews and damps. I can read his righteous sentence by the dim and flaring lamps. His day is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. I have read a fiery gospel written, burnished rose of steel. As he deal with my contemners, so with you my grace shall deal. Let the hero born of woman crush the serpent with his heel, since God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. He has sounded forth the trumpet that shall never come retreat. He is sifting out the hearts of men before his judgment seat. Oh, be swift, my soul, to answer him. Be true, the lens, my feet. Our God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. as big as you and me, as he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free, while God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. This truth is marching on.
How tortured he was by what had happened to this nation. And in a number of reports that have been published today, even those closest to the president, like the president's chief of staff, talked about how the humor that so many people associate with the president was all but gone. A occasionally volcanic temper that those working with him had witnessed from time to time was all but gone. And then they saw what they described as this steely determination come over the president when he decided what he needed to do next. Carol Lynn remains in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, as she watches the president go through this very moving scene of meeting with family members who lost loved ones that day on that Flight 93. Carol, what are you seeing?
Paula, it is hallowed ground behind me. That is literally the impact site of where Flight 93 flew over this field, upside down, inverted itself, and plunged into the ground as deep as 35 feet down. Some 60% of the remains were never found. And so that is not only considered a heroic site and a military site, an investigation site, but hallowed ground for the people here of both Shanksville as well as the families visiting, many for the first time today. The president also having his first chance to see the impact site. And Paula, when you come out here, it doesn't even, the television coverage doesn't even compare to the feeling and the emotion of being out here. There really isn't that much to see, but you still see many of the scars of the impact, the trees around still charred, some of them scarred permanently. The site itself has already grown over, but they still find remnants of the plane, and I'm told that they will continue to find remnants of the plane over time. The coroner of Shanksville has gone out of his way to find each and every family of each and every passenger and crew member on Flight 93 some sort of memento that they can keep, a wedding ring, even photographs that were found completely intact. And so for many of the family members here, they have developed a relationship with the town of Shanksville. They feel that they owe it to them to come here to this site, as well as to resolve some of their own feelings on this very important anniversary. Some of the family members had said yesterday that they were trying to think of the words to express their gratitude to the president for his actions after the terrorist attacks, and they wanted to talk with him about their family members and trying to keep many of those memories alive of who was on board, and wanting to believe so badly, Paula, that each and every passenger had some sort of role in overtaking that plane, taking it back from the hijackers, and preventing an even greater disaster. The high school, actually, it's the entire pre-kindergarten through high school, is only about a 20 seconds by air from this location. So even the entirety of Shanksville feels that had it not been for the passengers and the crew of Flight 93, that it could have been a much more horrible disaster even in their own community. The plane could have easily crashed into that small community.
I know you were saying how important this recognition of the president early on, like during his State of the Union speech and now here today, is to these families. I've spoken with some along the way who have felt that because of the enormity of loss of life in New York and Washington, that sometimes they felt as though their story had been forgotten. Have you heard that expressed at all from any of these family members gathered today?
Yes, there is a feeling that the Flight 93 passengers and crew were the forgotten heroes of September 11th, primarily because the death toll itself was not nearly as high as that at Ground Zero and, of course, at the Pentagon. But I believe that over time, the actions of these people have been savored by the nation, and I think the families certainly have a greater sense of appreciation. It's interesting, Paula, though, that really, when you come here, you realize the relationship between the family and the town is really at the core of their consciousness. They are not looking for recognition from around the country. These people actually stay in touch with one another. They stay in each other's homes when many of the families come out and visit, say on important anniversaries or birthdays of their loved ones. And so what they have even said about today's ceremony, that this was for mass public consumption. This was something for the nation to enjoy and to honor their loved ones. But actually, their honoring of their loved ones goes throughout the year. And you wouldn't believe it, Paula, some 1,000 to 3,000 people every weekend have traveled to Shanksville, which is only a population of 245 people. But so many people have been touched by the stories of these passengers that Shanksville itself is dramatically changed, and even now weighing its own future as to what's going to happen to the town in the years to come, as it has become a national destination.
As you're speaking, and Aaron, as you were watching, I was just struck by how visibly moved the First Lady has been as she's moved through this crowd, as well as the President. I know.
And how can you not be?
Yeah.
I mean, when you think about it all, these moments, and they're just brief moments. The President will stop. You see him. First Lady stops, exchanges a few words, signs an autograph or two. Saw him pull a Sharpie out of his pocket and sign some things. These are appropriately personal moments between family members and the President of the United States. And whatever your party, doesn't matter in moments like this. He's the leader of the country, and to be in that moment with him is important. It's an important condolence that gets paid in a moment like this. We might take just 1 second to explain, for those of you who are wondering. I don't know who first said discretion is the better part of valor, but having just about been blown off the roof, we came inside.
We did exercise some good sense, I think. At one point, those gusts were blowing at about 40 miles per hour, and that, unfortunately, is what blew up some of the dust. Has made it very uncomfortable for families down at Ground Zero right now.
Reporters aren't necessarily known for discretion, but in this case. Among those who we talked to today, Dina Burnett, Thomas Burnett was on board that flight, and she joins us today to talk a bit about the day. It's nice to see you, and we appreciate your time today. Does the year mark mean anything in particular, or is it just another day to get through?
It is another day to get through, and something that I've done today that I have not done the rest of the year is I keep thinking about what I was doing a year ago at this time. And I think just to get through today, September 12th has to be a day in which I feel better, knowing that I have completed a year of grief and getting through it without Tom. It's been very difficult, but at least tomorrow morning when I get up, I'll know I did survive it.
There is something, we've talked about this a fair amount over the last few weeks, there is something about having gone through that whole painful cycle of birthdays and anniversaries and holidays and the rest, all the events that mark a year and then get us to the other side of the year. It doesn't heal all the wounds, but it does tell us that we made it, doesn't it? It
really does, and knowing that I did pass our 10th wedding anniversary and Tom's birthday, and feeling my way through the maze of grief that you go through during the first year. I think that it will make those occasions next year a little more open to happiness and joy, knowing that we've experienced them at least once without Tom.
Tell me about Tom. Tell me about your guy. What do you want people to know about this man?
I think what I would want them to know most is that while people have said that Flight 93 was comprised of ordinary people, There was absolutely nothing ordinary about Tom Burnett. He was an extraordinary human being, and I feel grateful to have been his wife for 9.5 years. I strive every day and encourage others to live the kind of life that he lived, one of integrity and honor and valor. And I will raise my daughters to know what a great man he was. I would have them know that he was a man of intellect, humor, compassion, and love, and that his greatest tributes to this world are not just so much in his death, but the life that he lived.
Doesn't surprise you, does it, that he was part of that group, that cadre of men and women who decided that they would take some action, even knowing how it would play out?
It was very typical of Tom. I know from our 4 telephone conversations, he told me he was putting a plan together to take the airplane back, and that was very typical of him. I remember my neighbor coming over, and I told her what he was doing and what was going on, and we sat at the kitchen table and chuckled because this was so typical of him, to get out of his seat and take over, not allow someone else to decide his fate, and to know what his contribution was and what he did. It's a wonderful legacy that he leaves for his family's name and for his children.
We were, just before we came to you, Dina, we were talking about whether or not the family members of those who died on that flight feel that, for whatever reason, they have been properly acknowledged and recognized. I'm curious how you feel about that, whether or not you think that your husband and the other husbands and wives and those who perished that day are noted in the way that they ought to have been.
I would have to say that I think that Flight 93 has received a lot of recognition. Now, I lived on the West Coast for the past year. I think that the ones who lived on the East Coast were probably overshadowed by the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, and so Flight 93 did not get as much attention in New York City as it did in other parts of the country. In California, Flight 93 was in the news almost every day out there. I have attended tributes and award ceremonies and remembrances all over the country on behalf of Tom and Flight 93. I have received over 10,000 cards and letters. I've sent out over 4,000 thank you notes for gifts that were sent to my house. I have an attic full of certificates and banners and quilts and awards that have been bestowed upon Tom. And so perhaps I'm not the right person to answer that, but I would have to say that Flight 93 has been well recognized in other parts of the country, and it certainly should be.
Well, I think you're exactly the right person to answer the question. Thanks for your time today. You know, try and think of something right to say in a moment like this. I hope the sun shines where you are tomorrow on the 12th. You've made it through a year, and that says something. Our best wishes to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
What
Dina,
a beautiful
Dina Burnett.
tribute to her husband and
She
his legacy.
She said, I was honored to be married to him for 9.5 years.
You just wonder how many other folks out there feel like they deserve that same kind of respect from their spouses.
Yeah, well, I don't want to go there. Just throw his picture up for just one more second, if you will. That's one man, one person in all of this. We talk about the 3,000 who died. That's Tom Burnett. Not an ordinary man, said his now widow. Not an ordinary man at all.
She wasn't surprised at all that he would have been one of those that would try to take the jet back from the control of the hijackers. So he was the kind of guy that always got out of the chair and was a leader.
And we value what he did. Judy Woodruff is in Washington. Is part of our coverage. Judy, good afternoon now.
Good afternoon, Aaron. And, you know, listening to Mrs. Burnett, I think, gives all of us courage. What an extraordinary woman. And
you know, you and I,
used.
I'm sorry, you and I have talked about this before, how wonderfully powerful people can be in moments of extraordinary stress. And she has had a year of this stress. and she can sit with us in what is totally unnatural for most people, talking on television this way, and be strong and eloquent and important. And God bless her for that. Now I'll stop.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, you could hear her voice almost breaking, but she hung in there, Aaron, and she answered your questions, and she came across powerfully.
Yeah.
While we are remembering what happened in Pennsylvania and in New York and here in Washington, the nation goes about the business, the government goes about the business of keeping this country safe, and in connection with that, commercial airline flights being monitored more carefully than ever. And in that connection, I want to go right now to Reagan National Airport here in Washington, where our Patty Davis has some news to report about a plane that was brought down today. Patty?
That's right, Judy. On a day of heightened alert in the U.S. aviation system, an incident involving a Northwest Airlines flight this morning, about an hour and a half ago. Flight 979 from Memphis to Las Vegas was diverted to Fort Smith, Arkansas. CNN's Kelly Arena spoke with U.S. government officials who say that at least 3 men were involved in a confrontation with the flight crew. They apparently had locked themselves in the airplane's bathroom at some point during this confrontation. Passengers then helped subdue these men along with the flight crew. The plane was met by the FBI and law enforcement, and the FBI is now interviewing these men and is investigating. Northwest Airlines tells us that all the passengers on board this flight are safe. That flight 979 left Memphis this morning about 8:45, an Airbus A320, 94 passengers on board, 5 crew. Now, we're told by the North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD, that in fact they did not scramble any jets. They were not involved in any intercepts or helping this plane be diverted. The White House, meanwhile, telling our Kelly Wallace that they are downplaying this incident, that it involved inappropriate behavior, not terrorist related. Judy.
And again, that plane on the way to Las Vegas. Patty, what extra steps, though, are being taken these days in terms of commercial airlines? We know air marshals on board many, if not all, flights. You'd have to say the crew on these planes and passengers are more vigilant than ever.
Absolutely, and that really has been the case since September 11th, that passengers are willing to step up, and they're not even putting up with any air rage, which used to be so common, really not taking place anymore. But since the level was raised from yellow to orange, the alert status yesterday, the Transportation Security Administration has put all of its air marshals on flights now, full staff running. Normally they are rotated in and out. They are all on flights, both domestic and international. All TSA personnel at airports are also on heightened alert status. They're looking at baggage more carefully. They are looking at passengers more carefully. And in fact, we heard earlier today that there were some lines at some airports today because perhaps those passenger screeners were being a little bit more vigilant. Overall, though, we're hearing at airports across the country that there are fewer passengers flying today. And in fact, airlines have really cut their schedules. If you look at last Wednesday compared to this Wednesday, overall, we see about 13% fewer scheduled flights. Passengers are staying away. They're just not booking. Judy.
All right, Patty Davis at Reagan National Airport reporting on that flight that came down in Fort Smith, Arkansas, a disturbance on the part of some passengers. We want to show you some more live pictures from Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where President and Mrs. Bush continue to make their way through a crowd of family members, loved ones of those who were lost on Flight 93 when it landed 1 year ago this morning in that area near Pittsburgh. The president spending some time there, not making public remarks, laying a wreath, primarily using his time to visit with each and every person there, he and Mrs. Bush. And as Paula said a little while ago, you could see Mrs. Bush bringing a handkerchief to her face, clearly emotionally touched, as all of us are, by the events of this day. You know, we were hearing a moment ago as Aaron spoke with the widow of Thomas Burnett, who was on that Flight 93 that went down in Pennsylvania. We're thinking about people like that, the psychology of people who would do something like that, the psychology of people in New York who would run toward danger. We know that not only the firefighters in New York, but also there were individuals at the Pentagon who were extraordinary examples of selflessness. Candy Crowley has a look at one of the heroes at the Pentagon. His name, Eric Jones.
The Medal for Valor is presented to Mr. Eric Moreland Jones for performing acts of heroism and sacrifice.
You know, you hear people calling out, they're right in front of you, pick them up and carry them out, and there wasn't really much thought involved.
The easiest part of being a hero was running in to save people from the burning, smoke-choked Pentagon. The hardest part is everything else.
You sort of have to let it in small segments just to stay sane. I'm sure eventually it will all click, but you know, right now I'm just trying to get a good night's sleep and figure everything out.
A volunteer firefighter and grad student at George Washington University, Eric Jones was headed to class when he saw the smoke, pulled into the Pentagon parking lot, and ran into the fiery building.
I think everybody was afraid a little bit, but when you hear people calling out and, you know, yelling out for help, it's just kind of put that on the back burner.
He doesn't know who he helped carry out of the Pentagon. Honestly, he doesn't even remember how many people he helped. He does remember the heroes around him.
One of the most striking things is just seeing all these people run back in, risking their own lives time and time again to save their fellow workers or, you know, strangers they didn't even know.
After those first few hours, they didn't find anyone else alive. Eric helped search for days before going home. And then a firefighter friend called to see if he wanted to go to New York.
You know, for 3 days not finding anybody alive. But I think it just would have taken one person up in New York to sort of make everything come together and be okay.
But in New York, too, it was too late. Eric did what he could, helping remove the wreckage and the carnage, and after 5 days, he came home again. 11 months later, Eric returned to the Pentagon crash site for the first time.
I'm just trying to get a point of reference. This is the impact area right here, pretty much.
Just to our left.
Yeah.
He barely recognizes anything.
This is how I'd like to remember the Pentagon. I don't want to remember it how it was. It's beautiful.
Amazing.
I wonder if they'll let us go inside.
It does not, mercifully, look anything like it did that day.
Can we walk down there for a second? I think this is where. And this was the original corridor, right? I can't believe how far they've come.
He could not seem to get enough of this brightness, this newness, this rebuilding.
See, it's getting back together.
It is.
Yeah. Must make you feel better.
Yeah, it definitely does.
In these past months, Eric Jones has carried the Olympic torch, been awarded the Medal for Valor, and written about the people he calls my heroes. He also dropped out of school, had trouble sleeping and concentrating, still struggles with what he's feeling.
Anger?
Of course. Anger, shock. I mean, how are they going to come to our country and hijack our planes? And, you know, frustration, but I think every possible emotion you could think of except for maybe joy.
Eric is back in school this fall. He wants to be a doctor. Maybe he can save somebody. There is joy in that. Candy Crowley, CNN, Washington.
Eric Jones is at the Pentagon again today. He's with our Wolf Blitzer. Wolf.
Thank you very much, Judy. Eric is right here with me. Eric, what's going through your mind on this day exactly a year later after you made that decision, park your car and run inside?
It's obviously a very emotional day, being back here at the scene with a lot of the same people that I worked with that day and the following days and the family members is obviously very difficult.
When you ran inside to try to rescue people, was that just your adrenaline, your instincts? Did you think about it, or did you just move?
I think I pretty much just moved. Everybody I was with, we were just going back in, and we could hear people calling out. We could hear people banging or yelling to be saved. And it just seemed like the right thing to do. There wasn't really another option.
But did you think about the dangers that you could have been engulfed in those flames yourself?
A little bit, and we were all scared, but just couldn't run away and turn away from these people.
Had you ever done anything remotely similar to that in your life?
No, certainly not on this scale. Nothing even close.
And so you and your friends decided, you know, this was just something you had to do? And how many people did you and your buddy manage to get out of there?
I think initially we figured we carried out 4 or 5 people, that most of them survived. I think all of the people we carried out survived.
They all survived, the ones that you managed to get out of there.
Right.
And so over this past year, you've had a lot of time to think about what happened. And your life has obviously changed dramatically. Talk a little bit about that.
Well, as the years gone on, I remember less the negatives. Obviously, it was the most horrible thing I think anybody could ever imagine. But as time goes on, I remember the just incredible acts of courage that people exhibited from all walks of life, military, civilian, right here behind me. And it's those acts day after day that sort of keep me going and give me faith in humanity, and faith in my fellow Americans. And I've had a newfound love of our country based on my experiences in the weeks following September 11th.
Last week you went back to school.
Right.
You're going to get a master's in public health.
Right.
How difficult is it to get back into academia after what you've gone through this past year?
It's very difficult, just trying to sit in class and focus and stay focused on, you know, the lecture at hand. I have a hard time trying to relate to academics right now. Everything's still so fresh, and my mind wanders every 20 or 30 seconds.
You told our Candy Curly that you have nightmares still.
They're getting less frequent. Certain things trigger them, certain smells. I think the smell is something that I think will be with me forever. So certain scents just bring it all back.
The burning stench that you smell, is that it?
That, certain foods, coleslaw is one that I know another of the rescue workers were talking about the similarities. And coleslaw, for some reason, brings back a flood of memories.
All right, Eric, I want to thank you. Thank you for all the work you did. I know you've got a huge future ahead of you, and good luck to you.
Appreciate it.
Aaron, back to you in New York.
Thank you, Wolf, very much, and thank Eric. And tell him for me, get to school. You got to do that or you get in trouble. I can guarantee you that. From a reporter's point of view, 9/11 produced about as many stories as you could handle in a lifetime of regular people who do extraordinary things. We have one more on tap. We take a very brief break before then. CNN's coverage of America Remembers continues in just a moment.
I pray for safety.
Geef mij de genade.
Gib mir die Kraft, mich mit dem Bösen auseinanderzusetzen. I pray for a change in angry hearts.
No matter how you pray, die zornigen Herzen, or where,
Pour la sécurité de tous.
the people of the United Methodist Church are praying with you.
In God's name we pray.
On September 11th, terrorists tried to change America forever. Well, they succeeded.
President and the First Lady in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Spending moments, First Lady there with her back to you, spending moments with the family members. There was an explanation earlier on these wreaths. I believe they came from the governor of Hawaii, if I remember it. We've seen them in a number of places. There's the president just on the right side there. I think you can see him. This has been a very quiet remembrance for the President and for the families, for that matter. But the President has walked down the line and through the group of family members. The reporter in me, of course, wants to know what he said. This is San Francisco. Why San Francisco? Because that flight originally was headed there from Newark. From Newark Airport, one of the 3 airports here in New York, in the New York area. And there are flags, as the graphic tells you, for each of the victims. And that FDNY is now recognizable, isn't it, to everyone? This is an American moment. These flights were headed to or from, and people on board from all sorts of places. If my memory is right, 25 different states represented just at the Trade Center alone. In terms of fatalities, it is a danger that we sometimes fall into a trap to think of this as a New York story or a Washington story or even a Shanksville story. We know better. It is a little uncomfortable, I suppose, to talk about what went wrong in the response at the World Trade Center. At least it feels a little awkward, but it's also important business to do, because the truth is many thousands more could have died than did. We all know that, and we have all come to accept that. But there is no getting over one awful statistic that 343 firemen died that day. Their efforts were hampered in part by organizational and communications breakdown. It has been the subject of considerable investigation and considerable reporting as well. Here's CNN's Deborah Fayrick.
When firefighters arrived at the North Tower, commanders knew right away the fire was too big to fight. The plane had wiped out the tower's water pipes and sprinklers, also destroying the loudspeakers and radio repeaters, which amplify and rebroadcast messages.
Without the repeater system and without the hard wire system, we were going to rely completely on our handy-talkie capability, and we knew that that was going to be a severe problem.
Chief Joseph Callan was among those in charge of operations in the North Tower. 45 minutes after the plane hit, with hundreds of people still trapped inside, Chief Callan ordered all firefighters to evacuate.
For me to make the decision to take our firefighters out of the building with civilians still in it, that was very tough for me. But I did that because I did not think the building was safe any longer. And that was just prior to 9:30.
Yet even with the evacuation order almost a full hour before Tower 1 fell, more than 100 firefighters didn't make it out. Callan blames it on handheld radios, not strong enough to reliably penetrate concrete and steel.
The reason they didn't come down is because they didn't get the message. The only other acceptable reason why they didn't come down immediately is because, in my mind, they were helping civilians get to the stairway and down the stairway. Other than that, I'm very sure that if they heard the command to evacuate, they would have evacuated.
New York City's former fire commissioner, Tom Von Essen, says it's wrong to blame the radios.
It's so unfair to imply that it was the equipment, and it was more the terrorism and the act of war and the confusion and the magnitude of the tragedy.
Even so, Von Essen acknowledges there were problems.
You have buildings falling down and repeaters that are working or not working, recorders that are working, not working, people that are on repeater channels and not on repeater channels. Of course you have problems with communications. If it happened today, again, you'd have the same problems with communications.
It was virtually impossible to evacuate the South Tower. Even though it was hit second, it fell first, without warning. But a city report based on eyewitness interviews finds in the North Tower, firefighters and officers on upper floors never heard the evacuation order. Says the current fire commissioner.
I don't think it's one got the warning and the other didn't. And it's not useful to speculate on things that we don't know for sure would have happened or would not have happened.
And even though police knew the North Tower was leaning, fire chiefs didn't get that information because the two departments use different radio systems. And according to the city report, didn't share critical information. New York City is now implementing plans for better fire radios and improved communication between the police and fire departments.
We did the best we could, and I think the practice and preparation over the years resulted in the saving of 20 to 25,000 people. We lost 3,000, but had we not responded the way we did, I think the casualties would have been much, much higher.
Chief Joseph Callan still haunted by the guys who never made it out.
Is that something that you think about a lot, about the guys who may not have heard and just kept on going?
Think about it all the time. I do believe that if we had a better communication system, that we would have saved almost all of those firefighters if they would have been able to hear that order.
Deborah Thayrick, CNN, New York.
Written.
Well, that is a controversy that's going to go on for some time here in New York as these investigations continue and people try and figure out what you can do and how much you can do. And in fact I think everybody gets this, that there are limits to what you can do, but certainly where firefighters, police officers, the rest are concerned, you want to make sure that you do what you can. Our next hero story, and it is it's a good one, I think, about Port Authority officers, one who got out and one who did not. Partners, I think we can fairly say we're about as close as partners could get. But there is, in fact, a punchline to the introduction. David Lim worked with a bomb-sniffing dog named Cirrus. David joins us this morning, or this afternoon, we should say, from near Ground Zero. David, it's good to see you. Does this year, you not only lost your partner in the dog, but Port Authority took a terrible hit as well. Does the year marker mean anything in particular to you?
Oh, Aaron, I need to say that it means a lot to me. This year has gone by so quickly, and I've said this to many of my co-workers today. It seems like it just happened yesterday. With the exception of the wind today, it was a beautiful day like today, and all we can do is just think about all our lost comrades that day. 37 Port Authority police officers didn't come home that night, as well as my dog, and it's something we're never going to forget.
I want just, you actually have an extraordinary story of survival to tell, but I don't want to get to it until we've talked about the dog for a second. As I remember your story, you heard this crashing noise and you said to Cirrus, just, I'll be back, stay where you are. Is that about how it went?
Well, at first I thought that somebody had gotten a package upstairs. Our job is to check the trucks as they come into the World Trade Center, and I thought maybe something had slipped by. I should never have doubted my dog, of course, but basically I told him I had to go help the people, and I put him in his kennel, and I closed the door, and that was the last time I saw him alive.
And you then made your way through the building. And it is fair to say, I think, that you are a very lucky man to be talking to anybody today.
Oh, most certainly. I'm very fortunate. I ended up surviving in the fourth floor of the B staircase in tower number 1 for about 5 hours before we got out. Myself, Ladder Company 6, and Josephine Harris.
I remember somewhere reading that at some period in this, it is if the whole world went silent, that there was this kind of absolute stillness around you.
Yes, after the collapse, it was an eerie sort of silence. At first I thought that I was dead and this was what death was, because it was not a sound and I couldn't see anything, and I just felt that this was the end. But then I heard a voice yell out, "Who's here?" And then I realized that I was still alive and I would still have that opportunity to see my wife and kids again, who I just thought about.
And how long a period is that from the time that you think this is in fact what death is to the time when you realize you were a little ahead of yourself?
That's one way of putting it. I guess it's hard to put into a time frame. Time seems to work kind of funny when you're in a situation like that. It was probably no more than a few minutes, I guess. And that would be a guess.
I'll bet it's a long few minutes. You're back on the job, and I gather you're back in the same business you were in before, which is to keep what you gently refer to as packages out of places they shouldn't be, bombs. You got a new partner?
Yeah, I have a new partner now, Sprig, and much to the consternation of my wife, of course, coming back after surviving and getting another bomb dog, but she's a wonderful woman. My wife, Diane, my kids, Deborah and Michael, they're great support and they support anything that I do when it comes to this. I mean, people ask me if I should have retired since I have more than 20 years, but I feel that I will set my own retirement date, and when I'm ready, I'll retire on my own terms.
David, be as honest with me as you can about this. Do you feel any guilt for having survived?
I'll be honest, initially I did. I mean, it's very hard to put into perspective. We're only one of maybe 18 people that survived the actual collapse of the Trade Center. I'm no special than anybody else. I did no more than anybody else. There were police and fire and civilians doing all kinds of good work that day, and I don't think I did any more or less than anybody else, so it was hard for me to deal with that fact. But I've come now to realize that I did survive, and I'm going to make the most of that, and maybe we could be a little bit closer to my family and friends, and maybe not take life so seriously all the time.
That's a great way to put it. On the subject of your friends, one of them is with you, a relatively new friend, I know, William Rodriguez. If Mr. Rodriguez is actually close enough, we've got a mic on him. Just tell the story of how, William, tell the story of how the two of you met.
No, we knew each other for many years. I work at the building. I'm the person in charge of all the stairs, of all the maintenance of the stairs in the building. And I knew David for probably 15, 16 years. And at that terrible day, when I took people out of the office, one of them totally burned because he was standing in front of the freight elevator, and the ball of fire came down the duct of the elevator itself. I put him on the ambulance, and I came back running into the building. And the only person that I found there was Officer David Lim. And the first thing that he told me was, "Willie, do you have the key?" Meaning if I had the master key to the building, which I have and still have. It's over here. This is the key that opened all the doors on the staircase. It's called the T2 key. And he said, "Let's go." And we went up. He opened the door on the lobby. We went on the basement, #1. And there, when we opened the door, the fire department was there waiting in front of the 50-car elevator, which was already gone because the airplane, when it came through the building, broke all the cables and practically destroyed the elevator, because the elevator went down 7 flights of floors. And he said to the fireman, "Follow me. We know the best way to go up, and we have the access key." So we started going up the stairs and opening all the doors. We got to remember that the World Trade Center was a Class A building, which had 3 doors that did not open and 1 that did open. And we have to go floor by floor and opening all the doors. We were in front of the fire department. We were at the vanguard of what was happening. And David was, I remember it was so difficult because he had so much equipment on that going up the stair, we were sweating bullets. It was so hard. And then the amount of people that was coming down the stairs were actually bumping against us. And we were having a terrible time. One person told us that there was a person.
Mr. Rodriguez, did you ever think to yourself, what the heck am I doing running up these stairs when anyone in their right mind would be running down?
Well, not really, because in a moment of an emergency, we have been trained in a way that you have to do what it takes when it comes to an emergency. And I remember seeing David personally going through the process of the exercises of evacuation, because they brought people from the Port Authority to do bomb training with the dogs and stuff like that. And so I knew that that was the thing to do.
Mr. Rodriguez and Officer Lim, it's terribly trite to say, but it's really nice to see you both. It's really nice to see you both. We hope all of the wounds heal. Thank you both for your work, and thank you for joining us on this important day.
It's almost a reflexive action on their part to say, we just did what we were trained to do. How many times have we heard that in the course of covering this story?
And I'm not sure,
year?
but I think I heard a technical term. We were sweating bullets. I think that's a technical term. Well, perhaps not.
We're going to bring you up to date for those of you just joining us about what we're looking at in this coming hour in our continuing coverage of 9/11 America Remembers. In this hour, you're going to see another ceremony unfold at the Pentagon, this one honoring the men and women of the Phoenix Project. If you haven't heard of that, those are the folks who tried to reverse the damage done, at least the physical damage, to the Pentagon by a hijacked 757. And then President Bush continues his tour of Shanksville this morning, basically weeding himself through a crowd, going family to family, honoring the people who he says vividly reminded the world what it means to be American. It is Mr. Bush's third ceremony of the day. There are more, of course, to come later today. He will end up in Manhattan and at Ground Zero in Lower Manhattan. This day of commemoration began with bells and with silence and names. Thousands of them. They were us, said New York's mayor, our neighbors, our countrymen, and our friends. And Judy, I'm sure you felt much the same way Aaron and I did as we watched that ceremony unfold, just how painful it was to hear the 2-hour and some 40-minute process to work themselves from the top of the list to the bottom of the list, A to Z, of those who lost their lives at Ground Zero.
No question, Paula. You'd never think that just hearing names would make you feel, I think, the way that all of us did, but just hearing those names is a very powerful thing, and having so many different voices and faces of New York City participate, I think, brought across the meaning of it all, I think, even more. That's what's going on in New York. Here in Washington at the Pentagon, there is a second ceremony underway now to honor the workers involved in what has been called the Phoenix Project. As you just said, Paula, these are the people involved in rebuilding that enormous structure and doing it in a very, very sped up timetable. Here now is my colleague Wolf Blitzer with a little more on that. Wolf?
Thank you very much, Judy. This second ceremony is just beginning. Lee Evey, the project director of the Phoenix Project, the rebuilding of the Pentagon, is just beginning his address. People have gathered here once again. This is the second ceremony here at the Pentagon on this first anniversary of 9/11. Earlier this morning, the President of the United States, the Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and other dignitaries gathered. Some 13,000 people in attendance. One of the first things they did observe was the unfurling of the U.S. flag, a huge flag that came down along the side of the Pentagon, the area that has been rebuilt over this past year. Individuals now back at their desks where they had worked only a year ago, just before the 9/11 strike, when American Airlines Flight 77 crashed in, slammed in to the side of the Pentagon. President Bush, in his remarks, was forceful in condemning terrorism, but he also sought to look ahead.
What happened to our nation on a September day set in motion the first great struggle of a new century. The enemies who struck us are determined, and they're resourceful. They will not be stopped by a sense of decency or a hint of conscience, but they will be stopped.
Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld also spoke out here at the Pentagon. He'll be speaking, by the way, in about a half an hour at this second ceremony as well. He also condemned terrorism, and he insisted the United States will win this war.
The terrorists who attacked us have already been defeated. They were defeated before the first shot was fired in Afghanistan. They were defeated because they failed utterly to achieve their objectives. The terrorists wanted September 11th to be a day when innocents died. Instead, it was a day when heroes were born.
Both the President and the Secretary of Defense spoke in general terms about this war against terrorism. Neither mentioned a potential second front in this war, a war that could involve the United States and Iraq, although presidential aides insist tomorrow, when Mr. Bush addresses the United Nations General Assembly, the focus on Iraq will be very clear-cut. Judy?
All right. Wolf, thanks very much, and we'll be coming back to you in just a little while. We want to keep the focus on Washington now. You know, the poet Dylan Thomas, I'm told, once said that Washington isn't a city, it's an abstraction. It's a place where our taxes go and where speeches come from. But, you know, if that's the way Dylan Thomas saw this city, it's hard to think of Washington that way anymore. Washington is now a wartime capital. And a year ago, it was a city and a people, as we know very well now, under attack. The view now through the eyes of some of those people, the people who work on Capitol Hill. Candy Crowley's in charge.
Two planes flew into the two towers
second plane hit the Twin Towers, and Deputy Chief James Rohan's BlackBerry went off again. The message said, "You probably ought to think about coming back."
My thought process at the time was this was an isolated terrorist incident in New York.
Watching on his office TV, Senator Ted Kennedy thought his special guest, already en route to speak to the Education Committee, would turn around and go home. He thought wrong. There was Laura Bush.
Good morning, Congressman Forbes' office. How may I help you?
The phone still worked then. Congressman Randy Forbes and staff wanted information. They could not then imagine the tragedy that waited on the other end of the line.
One of the members of our staff had worked at the Pentagon in an intelligence section over there, actually picked up the phone and called them and said, "What do you know? What's going on?" You know, at the time. They basically said, "We know what you know. We're watching it right now as it develops on TV." The individual that was talking to him was later killed when that plane crashed at the Pentagon.
Come on, folks. Step back, please. Thank you very much.
At Capitol Hill Police Headquarters, reports piled up that planes were headed for Washington, and then that a plane had hit the Capitol.
I went to the window and looked out the window to the southwest and saw the dome, but a huge billowing smoke going up above the dome. And my heart dropped down to my stomach, and I said, "They got us. They got the Capitol."
Smoke from the Pentagon was so thick, so high, Rohan thought it was the Capitol. Guards ran through Capitol hallways. Get out now. Anything seemed possible. Everything seemed ominous. The chairman of the Rules Committee, who thought evacuation was voluntary, looked out the window of his office in the Capitol.
It was like a Godzilla or King Kong movie, and it was like a massive load of ants rushing from here, and there were just all these people.
People running?
People just running.
It was hard to know where was safe. Nobody knew what would come next.
So just go out of the media area of the Capitol.
Run towards the Supreme Court, okay, right now.
You saw senators, staff wandering around the field, and of course at this time, people out with their little hand phones trying to call someone, and of course nothing working. I mean, no communication whatsoever going on.
And there was great concern coming in over the radio from our officers about, we got quite a few members out here. What do you want us to do with them?
Chairman Dreyer wandered empty Capitol halls into the members' dining room.
But it was the weirdest thing seeing this room where there'd obviously been a breakfast that day. And as I walked in, the chairs were all pulled out, and half-eaten plates of bacon and eggs.
Congressional members, several hundred, made their way to police headquarters, jamming roll call rooms.
Or somebody had brought out a little 4-inch black and white TV with just an antenna stick on it, plugged it in, and they were getting all their information from the networks from this tiny little TV.
In a place where power means knowing things, nobody knew very much. The congressional leadership was to be taken out of town, so House Minority Leader Richard Gephardt kissed his wife goodbye and struggled with questions of family and duty.
What's going to happen to my family? How can I protect them? What should I be doing for them, with them?
Under the outlines of a Cold War plan designed to make sure a government survives even if the Capitol is nuked, 11 members of the congressional leadership were choppered off. Early evening, they returned.
We, as a Congress and as a government, stand united, and we stand together.
God bless America.
They swear the singing was spontaneous. They meant only to stand on the steps of the still locked Capitol to say, "We're here."
America, my home, sweet home.
In the aftermath, what was perfectly clear to both the police and Congress was that there was no real evacuation plan on Capitol Hill and no real means to communicate with members. Both of those problems, police assure us, have been fixed. Judy?
We can bet they have an evacuation plan
Yes,
now.
they do.
Candy, Washington can be a very buttoned-up place, but on this day, it was not buttoned up.
No, it was, I mean, you know, what I found amazing in talking to these people and listening to their experiences is that you know, two things. Washington's about power and Washington is about information. Nobody knew anything. And it's about communication. Nobody had any way to communicate. I mean, the phones inside, the cell phones went down. Eventually the Blackberries, the personal Blackberries that bring your email to you, they went down. And inside the Capitol, remember, there's still switchboard operators there. Inside the Capitol, the phones worked only on and off.
These are people, Candy, who are used to having somebody take care of them and tell them, you know, all right, Senator Smith or Congressman Jones, this is where your next appointment is. But this was a situation where they really didn't have that.
They didn't, and the other thing we found was that by the time they got around, I mean, the plane had hit the Pentagon, and there had still been no evacuation at that point. And so what you had was sort of what police even call a voluntary evacuation. People were already leaving. I mean, you know, you're watching this on TV and you're sitting in the Capitol and you're thinking, time to get out of here. And what Chief Rohan, who you saw here, told us was that, you know, we just kept hearing from Capitol Police saying, I've got all these congressmen wandering around here. What do you want me to do with them? And the fact of the matter is the police assumed that those who weren't in the leadership, who they eventually evacuated, but well after the Pentagon was hit, they just assumed that the other people would go home. But of course they didn't. So they eventually brought them over to Capitol headquarters.
You talked to a lot of people, obviously, Candy. Was there something that they all had in common here? I mean, clearly they were all horrified by what was going on and frightened. But
you know, I didn't find a lot of fright. I found, I mean, you know, I said, well, how are you feeling at that point? You know, Senator Kennedy talked pretty calmly about, well, once they figured out where they would take the First Lady, and there was some, you know, they sort of stuck her in an office for a while trying to figure out where was safe to take her. Somebody said to him, you know, you need to evacuate, and he sort of walked out the front door. On the other hand, you had some people that really were terrified and running out. So there was no commonality of experience in terms of how they saw things. David Dreyer, who you saw, never evacuated.
Even when they suspected the Capitol might have been a target?
Well, see, but again, a lot of people didn't know that because there was no means to get that out other than they watched the television a lot. So, but I think, you know, again, the two things that everybody had in common was A, nobody knew anything, they couldn't get the information, and B, they had information overload, of course, because once you start watching the TV, all these things were coming in, and then you add to that the police were hearing from various radios, you know, and they had a time sorting out what was true and what wasn't true. And the other thing was they weren't all sure where to go.
Yeah, just, you know, a day they never, ever, ever have to. And then it wasn't long after that that they had anthrax attacks.
Exactly.
But of course, that's
another story.
Another story. Candy, thanks very much. Absolutely. And now, Paula, let's go back to you in New York.
All right, thanks so much, Judy. We're going to do a little traveling here as well. It may be remembered as the first active defense of a nation at war. On United Flight 93, a handful of passengers staged a revolt, averting what could have been a far worse disaster. Instead of hitting the White House or perhaps Capitol Hill, the plane crashed here in a field in the tiny hamlet of Shanksville, Pennsylvania. All on board were killed. And then locals saying that had that not happened, there's a chance that maybe some of the local population would have been killed. A short time ago, President Bush paid his respects along with the First Lady, and Carol Lynn has been standing by throughout the visit, and she's going to bring us up to date on just how moving this has been for the President. I know the last time we checked in with you, Carol, it was quite obvious that both the President and the First Lady were very moved by the conversations they were having with these family members.
Oh, very much so, Paula, and I was continuing to watch the pool feed. There's a camera down there that's feeding us pictures of the event, though they've turned the sound down to respect the privacy of these moments that the family will have to speak with the President and the First Lady, and it has been extremely touching. This visit is going clearly into overtime. The White House had budgeted only 45 minutes, but it's moving on about an hour as the President and the First Lady, somewhere in that crowd there, are moving very slowly, taking time with each and every family member to take photographs, to share a moment, some tears. We saw some laughter and hugs. And there is a very close relationship between this group of people as well as the White House staff, because there had been much speculation even to this day that Flight 93 had actually been headed to the White House. Mrs. Bush had visited here once before, but this is the first time that the President has had a chance to not only see the site itself, but to speak to many of these family members. And many of these family members, this is their first opportunity actually to be at the crash site itself. Now, earlier, we want to show you some pictures from the wreath-laying ceremony. You can probably tell from my hair that it's been a very blustery day here near Shanksville. And the president himself, as he was carrying the wreath out, had assigned an aide to make sure that all throughout his visit here, that the aide stay in place to keep the wreath in place, to spare the president the embarrassment of having this wreath be blown into the woods behind him. It was a silent ceremony, and it was supposed to be a very simple one, a mere wreath laying at a makeshift memorial there with some haystacks where early on family members could lay some mementos on this hallowed ground where the plane crashed. But they expanded the ceremony to include a 21-gun salute, a dove flyover of 40 white doves representing each and every one of the passengers and the crew members. It was very solemn and very dramatic, and yet very simple in and of itself. They had a choir singing from the Army and the Navy, representing the armed services, because basically the president himself, as well as the Homeland Security Director, has said that these were citizen soldiers on board Flight 93, that these are people who gave their lives. Even the president himself had said that Flight 93 redefined sacrifice, that knowing that ordinary citizens would plunge a plane into the ground, crash a plane into the ground to save others, made him realize that other Americans would be willing to make the same sacrifice if necessary. Paula?
And I guess it's become very clear to all of us watching the ceremony unfold just how important that recognition as citizen soldiers is to these families, particularly as, you know, and I were talking about this a little bit earlier on today. The numbers of those lost in Shanksville were dwarfed by the enormity of the loss of life in New York and Washington. But these families are quite grateful for this recognition, aren't they?
Absolutely, absolutely. It means so much to them, Paula. And even a year later, and some of these families actually got quite a bit of media attention, but they have been so kind and so sweet to share some of their time with us and sharing some of their feelings, the bittersweet sorrow, and yet really the thankfulness that today, especially at the ceremony which was aired on our network internationally, that they could recognize these 40 heroes. But they were the silent minority last September 11th, because the numbers here simply were dwarfed by the thousands of people who were lost or missing at Ground Zero and the Pentagon. But they are certainly getting their due today, Paula.
Well, we continue to be struck by the facial expressions of the president in that last little go-around, obviously making someone quite happy that he had visited there and doing something his father said that his father never learned to do so well, which was, even his father admitted this, which is making such a connection with the American public. Carol, thanks. Right now, we wanted to bring you up to date on what else the president has in store for himself. He is expected to go to Ground Zero later today and do a very similar thing to what you've just seen him do in Shanksville. And at the site in Lower Manhattan, it has been a day of solemn remembrance, beginning very early this morning, beginning in some cases at 4:30 in the morning, when the bagpipers started to converge from 5 different boroughs as they headed into the southern tip of Manhattan. And for more on what is happening now there, we turn to Bill Hemmer. Hi again, Bill.
Yeah. Paula, hello again. City officials had said they thought they'd get about 7,000 family members to this ceremony this morning. The official city numbers now coming to us here, they say 24,000 showed up, well over 3 times the anticipated number. And on the ground behind me in Ground Zero, you can see the last of the procession now leaving the pit area of Ground Zero. This is where we saw thousands and thousands of family members carry their flowers, their roses, their sunflowers, their Hawaiian leis that were flown in special from the state of Hawaii. What we will see here in a moment is this ring that was set up by the city. And the ring was established essentially with sort of a grill on top that allowed the family members to put their flowers inside. And later they'll be preserved and to be on display and exhibit at a date later today. But also you can see in that ring, in the side of it, essentially another pile of flowers. There were several family members who I guess felt the ring was not substantial enough, and they hopped the ring and went inside to set up their own memorial. We saw the vast number of people gather around that spot, which is the former place and position for the North Tower. We also saw a handful of others work their way across Ground Zero to where the South Tower once stood. 600 perished in the South Tower, 1,400 perished in the North Tower a year ago today. Also, to honor those who paid the ultimate price a year ago, the city has now opened up panels of names on the eastern side of Ground Zero. In fact, we can show you some videotape right now. The display unveiled just a few days ago and will continue to be on display for some time. You know, there is a lot of questioning right now as to how the ultimate memorial will be decided here. But in the meantime, this is how so many, 2,800, will be remembered today. And we saw the reading and listened to the reading of the names today by our clock, Paula, about 2 hours and 28 minutes to get through all 2,800 names. And at one time, toward the end, we had one of the readers, a woman who was literally shouting the names of the victims on her list, almost as if to say, hey, New York, and hey, America, and hey, the world, remember the lives that are coming out, the names that are coming out of my mouth as I read this to you. Let's go back in time quickly. Let's go back to the Winter Garden here at the Financial Center, which is essentially where we are broadcasting right now. A year ago, these buildings, although withstanding the punishment of those planes hitting the towers, there was substantial damage done, especially to the Winter Garden, which has been such an amazing piece of architecture for New Yorkers for so many years. It was a beautiful place, absolutely destroyed. A year later, they worked 6 days a week. They stuck to a very tight construction schedule, and they completed it to the day and to the week that they set out. They brought in marble from France. They brought in marble from Italy and Spain. They replaced 2,000 window panes to get this place looking and shining as it is and does again today. It's been a remarkable accomplishment for the construction workers for the past 12 months. If you have a chance in New York City, or if you're here visiting at some point, this is well worth the trip. Above the street level, about the second floor, I would say, there are huge glass panels, essentially a new facade which looks directly out onto Ground Zero. When things start getting cold in the winter months here and the tourists continue to flock, you can see it right there in the videotape. That is one place where I think you will find a lot of people coming down here to Lower Manhattan to see the site for themselves. Kudos to those who have done such an amazing job. One interesting note, though, Paula, some New Yorkers tell me they think the site behind me here is too clean and too sterile, almost as if they did too good of a job cleaning up the debris, well over 100,000 tons taken out from here to Staten Island. They say it's their concern and their worry that many people will forget about the devastation that we all saw a year ago. Nonetheless, though, kudos to those people who have done such a tremendous job for 12 months running. Paula?
And now the real hard work begins as well when everybody tries to figure out what to do with this site, with family members weighing in. They have very different views, in some cases, than city officials. Thanks, Bill. We'll be coming back to you, particularly in and around the time the president is supposed to make his visit to Ground Zero. And around the globe, many are taking a moment today to mark the anniversary of the September 11th attacks. Outside the U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv, this is what it looks like at this hour, a memorial ceremony honoring the 9/11 victims. The service includes a tribute to the World Trade Center. And in addition to all the candlelight you're seeing here, apparently there are 2 beams of light that Tel Aviv residents are seeing rise from the sea. And exactly 1 year after the first plane hit the towers, London observed a moment of silence. A whole range of dignitaries and royalty gathered at a service at St. Paul's Cathedral. And then in Afghanistan, U.S. soldiers paused to remember the event that led to their deployment. A moment of silence there and the playing of taps marked the ceremony at the U.S. base in Bagram, a base that people were not even familiar with a year ago today. And we're now just beginning to learn more and more about what led to 9/11 and how it played out with air traffic controllers. Go into an air traffic control center today and you'll see row after row of very dedicated, very intense people staring at blips on a screen and calmly, surely moving them around the sky. Now, each blip represents hundreds of lives. Each controller handles dozens of blips a day, and remarkable enough in the best of times, in the worst of times, even better. Miles O'Brien has their story.
by stroke, the hijackers painted a diagram of their evil plot on radar screens in air traffic control centers in New Hampshire, Ohio, New York, and Virginia that morning. But it happened too quickly and in too many places for controllers to see the synchronicity as it unfolded. The fog of war had enveloped air traffic control. The first salvo came at about 8:15, when a controller cleared American Airlines Flight 11 to climb from 29 to 35,000 feet.
There was no acknowledgement from the pilot on that transmission. Further attempts by our controllers to contact American 11 were fruitless. We never reestablished contact with the aircraft.
American 11's transponder, which transmits altitude and airspeed, went silent. Controllers heard a stray radio call. "We've got planes," declared the voice. It now seemed obvious this was a hijacking. They responded as they were trained.
From the air traffic perspective, the handling of a hijack would be whatever the aircraft needs or wants, we would give it to them.
At 8:40, controllers picked up the phone to notify NORAD, which scrambled the fighters. 1 minute later, a controller in the tower at Newark Airport cleared United Flight 93 for takeoff. 93's flight path crosses United 175's. Although its transponder was still on, it had ceased talking to controllers. At 8:43, New York controllers made their call to NORAD. 3 minutes later, American 11 hit the North Tower. Controllers in the New York Terminal Radar Approach Control Facility, or TRACON, tracked United 175 as it turned left over New York Harbor toward lower Manhattan.
Probably one of the most difficult moments of my life was the 11 minutes from the point I watched that aircraft when we first lost communications until the point that aircraft hit the World Trade Center. For those 11 minutes, we knew what was going to happen.
In Newark Tower, they could see the plane make its ominous turn. They watched in horror as the tragedy unfolded. With the World Trade Center in flames, controllers threw out their old hijacking playbook and started making up some new rules. 2 minutes after the second tower was struck, Boston Center banned all departures in its sector. 2 minutes later, 9:06 a.m., Boston, Cleveland, and Washington banned all departures of flights headed toward New York. And then 2 minutes later, at 9:08, New York slams the door entirely, banning all flights headed its way. In Oberlin, Ohio, at the en route facility known as Cleveland Center, things got very busy very quickly. Controllers began holding dozens of New York-bound planes in their airspace while looking for the signs of more trouble.
And that's where Delta 1989 came in.
Delta 1989 fit the terror profile. A 767, it left Boston bound for Los Angeles, only 5 minutes behind United 175.
We told the controllers not to share what they knew because at that point, folks had seen the aircraft hit the trade tower, obviously in the cafeteria, where our television is located, and they knew pretty much that things were pretty extraordinary.
Meanwhile, United Flight 93 appeared on radar screens here. The first call from the pilot, routine. Controllers remember him sounding cheerful. Then at 9:32, they heard the first of 4 troubling radio transmissions.
The first transmission that sounded like struggle in the cockpit. It was pretty clear. And then we had a second transmission also that was a struggle in the cockpit, and you could hear the pilots, what appeared to be the pilots, yelling, "Get out, get out," and a lot of other noise that appeared to be a struggle.
At first, they suspected it was Delta 1989, and their fears grew when it asked to land in Cleveland. As it turns out, the crew was ordered to land by the airline. Before controllers could check, though, their radar screens pointed them in a different direction. It was United 93 that had abruptly descended and then climbed to 41,000 feet without approval.
The information traveled through the control room with lightning speed, and everybody kind of took a deep breath and realized, wow, we're part of this too. There was no doubt what we were dealing with.
You have aircraft.
By now, controllers at Washington Center were dealing with their own unresponsive airplane. American 77 departed Dulles for Los Angeles at 8:21, just as American 11 had stopped talking to controllers. The plane flew as far west as Indiana and then took a U-turn toward the heart of the nation's capital. It crashed at 9:40. 5 minutes later, at the FAA Command Center in Herndon, Virginia, they made a stunning, unprecedented decision. Clear the skies, have every aircraft over the continental United States on the ground, as quickly as possible. And there were more than 6,000 aircraft to deal with at that moment. There were no procedures for this. No one had even contemplated, much less practiced, such a scenario.
We started giving pilots options of the closest airport and started landing those aircraft.
As that order came down, United 93 was heading southeast toward Washington, its altitude reporting transponder silent. Controllers heard a pair of radio calls which sounded like PA announcements.
Those buildings and got out, the people who were in those planes and didn't survive, the people who didn't get out of the building, the firefighters who went, it's a people story.
When I heard some rumbling and shaking, I thought maybe the air conditioner shut off and jumped on again. I turned around, I have a window seat, and the entire sky was filled with, the first thing that struck me, it looked like a ticker tape parade. It was filled with computer paper and then debris. I dropped the phone. And then it was when I was heading down on 27, just about 27, the staircase moved and a crack in the wall appeared, maybe about 6 or 8 inches. And at that point, you know, everybody, I'm sure as they were thinking, you know, get out. This is, you know, anything can happen now.
Everybody, keep moving, please, on the doorway. These are people literally running for their lives. People literally trying to get their friends, their co-workers, people they'd never met before, out of those buildings.
Matt Cornelius, you were on the 64th floor, 65th floor?
65th floor.
Tell me what happened.
I was just putting my stuff away, and all of a sudden we heard a loud crash, and the building started shaking, kind of moving like a wave.
I remember talking to a guy who had gotten out, and he talked about coming down, and the darkness, and the smoke, and the screaming, and the fear.
We made it pretty fast down to 40th floor, and then from there the smoke got a little bit thick, and it was a lot slower. We maybe made a floor about every 2 minutes. It was packed. I mean, it was a virtual traffic jam.
And I thought, what an incredibly powerful story this is, and there must be thousands of them. Thousands of people who got out, who could stand next to me and tell me the same story, and it would be as compelling the 100th time I heard it as the first time.
I'm lucky man. I am very lucky. I thank God very much.
Well, at the risk of sounding trite, I tell you honestly, I remember that moment with that guy. I talk about it all the time, as if it were yesterday that he was standing next to me. It was the first survivor that I talked to, or at least that I remember talking to. He was standing there, and I thought, oh my, how many of these are there? How many stories like this? How many people made it? And I began, for the first time in that day, that long day for all of us, to realize that people made it. They got out.
And the extraordinary thing about some of those that made it out is how much help they were able to give to others who were weaker, unable to breathe, and they still risked their own lives to get them out of there.
I hope he's well. You know, it's weird. I've often wanted to call him and see how he's done in the past year, and I was a little busy to get his phone number at the time. I wasn't being the good reporter I should have been.
Yeah, well, one thing that'll serve him well is the great sense of gratitude he had that day when he realized how blessed he was that his life was spared. We've got a couple things we need to get out of the way in Washington. As you probably know, the nation is under a heightened state of alert, the second highest category you can get to. There are tightened security measures in force here at home and for U.S. forces overseas. And a Liberian freighter is getting some scrutiny in the port of Newark. Jamie McIntyre is going to bring us up to date on these latest security warnings. And Jean Meserve is going to have the story of the Liberian freighter. Jamie, why don't we start with you first? And before we get to all those warnings, tell us about these armed missile launchers that are protecting the nation's capital today.
Well, they are around the Pentagon today. We can't actually tell if they are armed yet or not, but Let me also just pass along a little news that we have just learned from a senior defense official, and that is that the U.S. military is making plans to move the headquarters of the U.S. Central Command, which controls forces in Afghanistan and in the Persian Gulf region, from Tampa, Florida, to much closer to the region to Qatar, a small Persian Gulf state where the U.S. is building a massive air base and a command center. Now, the Pentagon is portraying this as routine. In fact, they say it's still not a done deal. They'll probably announce this week, or perhaps as early as today, an exercise involving about 500 to 1,000 U.S. military personnel moving over to Qatar in set up a command post there. Now, the Pentagon insists that this is not necessarily a prelude to war. They insist they still don't have an Iraq war plan, and that there's been a long-standing feeling that the commander of the U.S. Central Command needs to be closer in the region. But that said, given the circumstances of what's going on, it has to be seen as a pretty important step that General Tommy Franks would be considering moving his entire command from Florida to the region in the Persian Gulf. Paula?
Pretty important step, Jamie, but if they characterize this as routine, is there any precedent for this?
Well, yeah, in fact, most of the commanders of U.S. Geographical commands are closer to their areas. The U.S. European commander is in Germany, the U.S. Pacific commander is in Hawaii, and there's been some criticism in the war of Afghanistan that it's difficult to run a war on the other side of the world when all of the commanders are sitting in Tampa, Florida. So this is not a new concern, but I have to say that a lot of things that may have been routine in some other time don't seem quite as routine when we're obviously talking about serious discussions about plans for going to war in Iraq.
And against that backdrop, can you bring us up to date on the state of alert today for civilians and for our military men and women overseas?
Well, for the U.S. military, the alert level has been raised all around the world, or what they call the force protection level. But in the U.S. Central Command area, which includes the Persian Gulf, the Middle East, Pakistan, even Kazakhstan, it's been raised to the highest level, condition Delta. And that's even up a notch from yesterday. So they are at a very high state of alert all around the world, guarding against the possibility of terrorist attack.
I recognize you're competing with the PA system there, but you cut right through. Thank you so much, Jamie McIntyre. Let's go to check in with Gene Meserve, who's going to bring us up to this Liberian freighter that is now under a great deal of scrutiny. Are they able to tell us, Gene, what they found?
Not yet. Government officials say they are still evaluating what risk, if any, the Palermo Senator poses after screening of its cargo apparently turned up traces of radiation. To recap briefly what happened, the Coast Guard boarded the ship offshore because when it sifted through the paperwork on this vessel, something raised concerns. They thought at first they might be dealing with a stowaway situation because they heard sounds coming from several cargo holds. They brought the ship into the port of Newark for further inspection, and they found no stowaways, but according to the FBI and the Office of Homeland Security, officials did find traces of radiation. Out of an abundance of caution, given the date and the fact that the threat alert level has been raised to orange, the ship has been taken 6 to 12 miles offshore, a security perimeter placed around it. The FBI, Customs, the Immigration and Naturalization Service, the Coast Guard are all investigating, and government sources say further testing is being done by the Department of Energy. A spokesman for the FBI in New Jersey says this is nothing to be concerned about, and there are possible benign explanations for the positive reading. Radiation does occur naturally and is sometimes found in cargo like iron ore, and containers are reused, and contamination from a previous shipment could have triggered the detection devices. And I should mention that some of these devices, used by the Customs Service at least, are so sensitive that they've been set off by people who have had medical testing involving radiological elements. The Immigration and Naturalization Service says there's nothing about the crew that has alarmed them. This all part of increased vigilance at the nation's ports because of this threat level orange. In the words of one Customs official, we are asking more questions of more people more often. Paula?
Gene Meserve, thanks you for putting that into perspective for us this afternoon. I know you and Aaron, when I heard it for the first time, were hoping we were able to provide that a level of perspective, because when you first hear it, it sounds a lot more frightening than what we are hearing the potential causes the radiation could be. Of course,
one
we
of
don't
those
know.
words. Radiation is one of those words
Sure.
that gets your attention. Down, actually up.
if you know New York, up at Riverside Church. They are memorializing, remembering the Port Authority officers who died on the 11th. 37 of them died, I think, in this mix of law enforcement and firefighters who were on the scene. Perhaps the Port Authority has gotten the least attention, but it is Port Authority land, and the Port Authority was responsible for it, and 37 of those fine officers, men and women, did not make it out. This is the service, if we can listen briefly. I'm not sure where they are in it.
Construction workers avoid a deadly mistake.
And what would happen if they were to just pull this building away is this wall would then start to fall down and start causing problems for some of the lower floors that were down below there. There was lots of firemen that were down there looking for other firemen or any survivors, and they could have all been killed by these falling slabs.
Bodnick developed the 3D model hoping that it would help find survivors. There were none, but it did protect against a further loss of life.
It's an amazing feat, and to be able to say that all that was done without another fatality is amazing.
Even though the recovery effort is officially over, both men maintain strong ties to Ground Zero. Bodnick is fine-tuning his computer model to help other cities prepare for disaster.
And we don't want to have another situation where everybody's running around. It's like we have no set of plans.
Balone, meanwhile, talks to school children about September 11th.
That's what helped us. Your cards and letters, your support.
And he has earned a new title, Safety Director for the New York Fire Department. Both men are too modest to call their work heroic, but those who labored alongside them see it quite differently. Michelle Norris, ABC News, New York.
I want to meet two people now who've been sitting here watching this piece. On my immediate right is Fred Eichler, who was the Senior Vice President at Accelera. Accelera.
Yes.
The company's gone out of business since 9/11, but
Yes.
Fred got off the 83rd floor, and next to him, Jonathan Judd, who actually had his office on the 85th floor, working for a law firm, but was in an elevator and got out at the 83rd floor. And first of all, we're just very grateful both of you have come. I'll ask you about that, but I just wonder, you know, I was just sitting here watching out of the corner of my eye the Michelle Norris report, and I noticed you were too. How do you feel when you watch all this stuff on television, these recreations, other people talking about it, Jonathan?
It's a little overwhelming. I mean, you are constantly reliving what happened, but somehow I've managed to deal with it pretty well. Somehow, I think it's because it's so enormous that it just has never completely sunk in.
Are there any benefits to reliving it as often as you've been obliged to? Except one benefit, surely, is the fact that you survived it.
Well, that's there's no doubt about that. But I think it's good on an anniversary like this that so many people have been calling me and emailing me and showing so much support, and that's really therapeutic. And that happened immediately after this occurred as well. So I'm really thankful to all those people.
Fred?
Basically feel the same. Today has been a tougher day than I expected. But, I mean, over the year, it's been difficult to try to get away from it, especially living in New York. You're constantly reminded of, you know, the attack and everything else.
And who you are as part of our history.
Absolutely.
Today was tougher. I'm not the slightest bit surprised, but tell us why.
Just reliving what had happened. One of the events of that day was I actually saw the plane hit the building.
I know you did. Just amazing.
And as soon as it hit, our corridor became an inferno, and we were trapped in our office. And right about that time, my wife called, my parents called, and my daughter Michelle called. And I never told them what the situation really was, but I honestly thought that's going to be the last time I'm going to speak to them. So, you know, that's been flashing through my mind pretty often today.
Jonathan, you both got out of the 83rd floor in the North Tower, and not a lot of people got out from that high up. Do you mind telling us how?
Would you like me to start with how?
I'd like you to start wherever you feel comfortable.
Okay. Well, I was in an elevator. I worked on the 85th floor, and on 83, I was kind of leaning against the side of the elevator because I hadn't had much sleep. My daughter, Jordana, was just born 6 weeks before, and she had been up during the night, so I was really out of it, and all of a sudden I heard this whoosh as soon as this person got off on 83. And I looked up and I saw the 3 elevators directly across from me in the same elevator bank were in flames. They exploded, and some of the doors were askew on the elevator shafts. If I had been in one of those, I probably would have died instantly.
True.
And I ran immediately for the first place where I didn't see any fire, which was Fred's office. And people later asked me, why didn't you try to run right out the stairway? Well, you couldn't, because the entire lobby area was on fire, and I didn't want to go anywhere near there. So I ran in, and that's how I met Fred, the hard way.
And Fred, how did you guys find the stairway?
Well, we were trapped in our office for, it turns out, about 45 minutes, until about 9:30. But backing up about 15 minutes, when what we now know was the second plane, when that hit, we didn't know what it was. And we heard this massive explosion, and we thought the floors above us were caving in on us. At that point, we did try to get out, and the sprinkler system had doused the flames somewhat in the lobby. And we started...
This is in the lobby on 83.
On 83, right outside our front doors. And as we were walking to what we believed was the stairwell, and we got probably maybe 5 feet from it, and then all the lights went out, and we could not see whether it was a stairwell, a closet, or anything else. So we said, well, we're going to go back to our office and hopefully be rescued. Basically, the decision was go back and either be rescued or die.
And you were rescued, Jonathan?
Yes. Yeah.
How?
It was a miracle, as far as I'm concerned. After waiting there for quite a long time, we were in an office where there were glass doors, thankfully, because there was so much smoke out in the hallway. We finally saw these 2 beams of light shining, and the 2 people came with flashlights and said, get out of here right now, leave everything, and let's go. And I never knew who they were, but Fred told me that one was a fireman and one was a Port Authority officer, and they continued on their way up trying to help other people, so I don't believe that they made it out.
But it was, as I know, Fred, because of the glass door, and you saw the policeman's flashlight.
Yes, I saw.
Other people behind other doors did not see the flashlight.
I saw the beam of light, and as Jonathan said, they came into our office. They said, drop whatever you have. And the stairwell from 83 to 78 was absolutely treacherous. And in fact, I almost slipped 2 or 3 times. And we got to the 78th floor, went through the lobby, the door into the skylight.
78th floor of the North Tower is where there is basically a lobby where a lot of the elevators in the North Tower actually converge, and it was beyond belief at that point.
There were some people in it, you know, and then we walked along the elevator bank to the other end of the building and started our way down from 78. We got to the 5th floor, and the whole stairwell filled up with smoke. And at that point, we were stopped for, I don't know, could have been 10 minutes, and we were taken to another stairwell where we waited. And then the fire department split the group up. Some went back to the original stairwell, and some stayed at the new one. And we got down to the lobby, and I know I walked out of the building about 4 minutes before it collapsed.
You know, it's true. I feel very self-conscious about imposing on you both today, Jonathan. And it's true. We all want to hear your stories over.
I'd rather tell the story than the alternative.
Yeah, and we want to hear your story over and over again. When you finally got, just last question for you. When you finally got to the bottom, what was it like?
Well, I came out in what was the lobby at one point, but I didn't recognize it. There was no chrome, no glass, no marble. It looked like Hiroshima. That's what it looked like. And I couldn't believe it. And I said to myself, if the plane crashed so high up, how could the lobby look like this? And I didn't know that the other tower came down. That must have been the reason why it looked like that. But never in my wildest dreams did I think that that could even happen. It didn't even cross my mind. So everybody was yelling, run out, run out. And there was a big beam coming out of the wall, swinging. And everyone was saying, run, run. And I said, the beam's going to hit me. There was a woman there wearing high-heeled shoes, and she said, I can't even walk on this, much less run. And I grabbed her arm. I dragged her across the lobby, and we got out through a broken window on the bottom.
Thank you very much, both of you. I know that, I just tell the audience, both Fred and Jonathan have participated in a project which we have done with USA Today, which is, I think, probably the most accurate, most precise recollection of what it was like in the building on the day. And so we're going to see you both again this evening. But I hope it's helped today to tell. Is it helped to tell the story?
Yes.
Yeah. As you said, the alternative is so horrific. And thank you, Jonathan, very much. Thank you, Fred, both of you.
Thank you.
Wish your families well. Fred Eichler and Jonathan Judd, and they're going to participate with us on tape tonight, on this program tonight in our primetime coverage. And they're both quite stunning. So much of that day, in fact, we began with them talking about meeting each other and staying in touch, having lunch, becoming friends. So much of that day was about people trying to find family and friends and children in all of this chaos and the confusion that we could only watch at a distance. There were, of course, quiet heroes who protected and comforted other people, including the children, until they were reunited with their parents. This is a story that will bring back memories for a lot of us because we watched it at a distance on that day. Amy sees Jamie Floyd on the children at the daycare center that morning in the shadow of the Twin Towers.
These are the images teachers remember most of the Children's Discovery Daycare Center at 5 World Trade Center, not 100 yards from the Twin Towers, before their innocent worlds came crashing down.
I remember looking outside and all I see is just debris and the earth. It just felt like it was the best way that I could describe it. It just felt like we were about to be swallowed.
But Karen Caicedo and the other teachers didn't panic.
You had to act, and you had to act fast. We scoop up the children and head out.
The official evacuation plan would have taken them northwest to 7 World Trade Center, towards the danger. Number 7 collapsed later that day. Instead, on instinct, they moved east, then north, traveling close to 3 miles, one teacher barefoot. They carried the babies, the toddlers running to keep up.
We said we have to run. Whatever you do, run. We'll pick you up. If you fall, we'll pick you up.
They borrowed shopping carts to ferry the children through the narrow streets of Lower Manhattan.
The debris that was falling, we were just never far enough, and these men took their shirts off their back to give to our children, to cover them.
After walking for hours, they stumbled into this Head Start program, now safe but anxious as the waiting began. Some of the parents worked in the towers.
That's all I was thinking. We'll take them in. That's it. Whether we could or not, that's it. Those are our babies. They would never, ever become orphans.
The parents had no way to know that their children were safe and every reason to expect the worst. Art Chang raced downtown on this subway line, but never made it to Ground Zero.
The train ground to a halt, and it sat there, and it sat there, and it sat there.
Phil Sears worked a mile away on Wall Street. He ran all the way to the daycare center.
People were actually yelling at me, too, as I was going the other way, saying, "Don't go that way, don't go that way."
As the parents frantically searched for their children, the police put the word out that the little ones were safe.
We sort of burst in here, and I think without exception, every child was asleep under a fluffy blanket on a little cot in this room, and they looked so peaceful.
By evening, all the families were reunited. Not one child orphaned, not one parent or teacher lost.
Hi. Hi, Daddy.
Nearly a year after the terrorist attacks, we showed them photos of what happened to their daycare center.
This was our room.
They are still haunted by the experience.
When he hears helicopters, he seems to get upset. All the noise and chaos, probably, that reminds him of it.
Since September 11th, Karen Caicedo has spent her days babysitting for one of the children she saved, Ben Chang. Ben's father, Art, was so inspired by the teachers, he's decided to start a daycare center of his own.
Teachers like Karen are people that you can just never forget about, and that they're so valuable, and really they themselves are as priceless as our children.
His new daycare center will open in fall 2003. Maybe Karen Caicedo will be back amongst the children there. Jamie Floyd, ABC News, New York.
A lovely story in the final analysis, as it was earlier talking to Fred Eichel and to Jonathan Judd as well. As one of them said when they were leaving, just so good to be here telling you the story. We've actually heard so many remarkable stories in preparation for this broadcast. We've heard them all year and perhaps not focused on them as much as we might have, but so many stories about how people were able to make it out of the two buildings under the most difficult circumstances. One young man actually caught our attention because he's one of those who very much chose to put the lives of others ahead of his own. A selflessness that was very evident in so many places that day. But with his story, here's ABC's Judy Muller.
Michael Wright, a telecommunications salesman, works in a high-rise office building in Manhattan. His days seem fairly routine.
Can you let him know that Michael Wright from Focal, just returning his phone call?
But for Michael, no day will ever be routine again. On September 11th, his former company was located on the 81st floor of No. 1 World Trade Center. At 8:48 that morning, he happened to be in the restroom.
When it hit, it was so loud and so percussive and so close by that the only thing I thought it could be would be a gas main or something like that blowing up.
And then he looked out the restroom door.
Elevator bank between where our bathroom was and the office had blown out, and there were flaming chunks of material all over.
The 30 or so employees from his office were staggering into the hallway.
And I was just screaming, get out, stairways are that way. They were stunned, and obviously various, some people were crying, some people were in shock, some people really didn't know what was going on.
Nobody knew what was going on.
No one knew what was going on.
As they made their way down the stairwell from the 81st floor, they were joined by others.
We saw people come down who were burned. Some of them fairly severely, but, nothing to lead me to believe the gravity of what had occurred.
In fact, says Michael, it almost felt like a fire drill until they got their first hint of what had happened.
As we were walking down, there was a gentleman with a BlackBerry, and he was the first to tell us that a plane had hit the building. And in my mind's eye, I was picturing a Cessna.
Almost everyone, he says, was trying to call home. Michael's wife, Jenny, and 5-month-old son, Ben, were visiting his parents in Boston. Getting in touch with them became his primary focus.
My cell phone was at my desk, so that did me no good. I tried everyone's cell phone around me, but I just wasn't able to get through.
And then came word that a plane had crashed into World Trade Center No. 2 next door.
Yeah, I never heard the second plane hit. I heard from the same gentleman who had the BlackBerry that the second plane had hit, though.
And then they knew it had to be a terrorist attack, and that it might not be over. About halfway down on the 40th floor, they started running into firemen coming up the stairs.
One, individual in particular, I can still picture his face, and you could tell he knew damn well what he was going into, and it frightened him.
Do you wonder what happened to him?
I have a pretty good idea.
Didn't get out?
I can't imagine he did.
A rescue worker asked if anyone in the stairwell knew CPR and would be willing to escort the weak and elderly down the stairs. Michael volunteered.
When we'd escort people down a number of flights of stairs, and we were the last two to leave the stairwell because we stayed back and we waited a few minutes, and then it was obvious that no one else was coming down. So
it never occurred to you that those minutes might mean the difference between life and death for you?
No.
Not until he exited the stairs at the mezzanine level did he begin.
And that's when I knew sort of the gravity of
What did you see?
I saw, fire, I saw body parts, I saw, I saw the human toll. As soon as I realized the stuff I didn't want to see, I put my hands up to my eyes, and I stopped looking. I was running for the escalator. At that point, there were some people coming out of another stairwell, and I was screaming, "Don't look outside. Don't look outside."
The images of those dismembered bodies in the plaza between the two towers, he says, will haunt him forever.
Unlike some people who kind of watch it from afar, I have no ability to distance myself from those people, because those people could be me. That could have been a decision I had to make.
Such thoughts, he says, would come later. He was too overwhelmed at the time by a terrifying reflection in the windows of the hotel next door.
The first thing I saw was glass coming down, raining down, and then I saw in the reflection of the Millennium Hotel, the building actually collapsing.
It was a reflection of Tower Number 2, the second building to be hit, but the first to collapse. It made a rumble so horrific that Michael still cannot find words to describe it.
The noise was like nothing. You know, how do you describe a 110-story building coming down in the context that anyone can understand? It was coming down right in front of me. There was really nothing. You know, all I did at that point was I dove on the ground near a big pillar and, you know, just thought of my wife and baby. Just, you know, hopes that someone would take care of them, that they would be okay, because I didn't think I was going to get out. There was an explosion in my face that was so severe with the material that it packed my mouth and my nose and my ears. A little kid packs a pail of sand.
He escaped serious injury, but he was trapped in the pitch dark in an enclosed area filled with smoke.
And I was just crawling aimlessly, just thinking, you know, this is what it's going to be like to, you know, asphyxiate to death.
And then an incredible bit of luck. He saw the beam of a flashlight. It was in the hands of a fireman.
I figured my best chances of getting out was with him. You know, he had a radio, had a spotlight, he had an axe.
The fireman was able to break a window into Borders bookstore, one of many shops under the World Trade Center. They groped their way through the dark store to the outside.
Thank goodness, you know, that beam of light was the difference between despair and hope. But, you know, in terms of people are like, you know, if you saw him on the street, would you know him? No, I don't think so.
Did you ever find out who he was?
No.
Once outside, Michael started to run, fearful the attack might still be underway.
I ran and ran, and I heard a noise very similar, which was the other tower coming down. At that point, I just started running.
His wife, Jenny, had no idea Michael was alive. In fact, a phone call from her father led her to believe the worst.
I spoke to my dad, and I had heard that Tower 2 had collapsed, and I said, but Dad, I know Tower 2 collapsed, but that's not Michael's. And he said they both collapsed.
Michael headed north towards New York University, where his brother works. Along the way, he ran into a construction worker named Gary.
He said, what can I do for you? And I said, call my wife. She's at my parents' house in Boston.
When Michael reached NYU, he was finally able to reach his wife himself.
And it was just, you know, we were both screaming, crying. Just, you know, I'm alive, I'm alive.
She was saying, I love you, I love you, I love you. And I was saying, I'm okay, I'm okay. And we cried, and before we could even really say anything, the phone cut out. But I heard her voice, which was, you know, something I'd never heard her voice, you know, in terms of what she sounded like. You know, when I said, it's Michael, the sound that came out of her was, I don't know, something I hope never to hear again.
It was only then, after the relief of reaching his wife, that Michael became aware of the excruciating pain in his eyes. He was taken to the hospital, where they washed out 147 shards of fiberglass and bandaged his eyes. His brother picked him up and led Michael to his home in Brooklyn.
And as soon as I stepped into my apartment is when it all hit me. And I just physically collapsed. And I was, you know, just let it all out there, like, uncontrollably. It was like, that was when I finally, as soon as I felt safe, is when I finally kind of let go of everything I'd experienced that day.
Michael was soon reunited with Jenny. Because his eyes were still bandaged, he could not see her.
And she handed me my son, and he was making those happy, wiggly noises that babies make, so I knew he was happy, and it felt so good to hold him.
Hi, buddy. Michael commutes to and from the city now, from a bucolic town north of Manhattan.
Come here, buddy.
An ordinary commuter with an extraordinary sense of gratitude.
You realize how lucky you are in a lot of ways. Not lucky in that I escaped a horrible day. I'm lucky in that I had this life to be able to look at. You know, I'm lucky because I had these things before I ever stepped foot in that building.
Judy Muller, ABC News, New York.
Another wonderful story. You know, before all this began, people had a lot of discussion about what kind of stories would people want to hear today, what kind of stories would survivors want to tell, what kind of stories would help people get through, what would not be exploitive, etc. And there's a moment in that report from Judy Muller where Michael says he has never been able to find the firefighter who helped him through the Borders bookstore underneath and got him out to the street, no matter how hard he's tried. One of the really interesting things the last year is how many people have ended up being connected because their story has been in the public, either in the newspaper or on television or radio, and they've made connections that they would not have simply on their own. We will be back in just a moment. First, just a quick glimpse at what they are doing at some of the firehouses in the city in memory of those more than 300 firefighters who were lost. In a firehouse, the riding board is the list of names and responsibilities of firefighters who've gone out on a job. On September 11th, many who wrote their names in chalk never returned. Several riding boards from that day have been preserved. Boards from Engine Company 22 and Ladder Company 13 were wrapped in blankets and taken to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. They have helped to preserve them forever.
When we come back, how quick-thinking, determined teachers saved the children in their daycare center. Plus, after 9/11, millions of Americans changed their everyday routines for security's sake. But are they keeping it up? And in tonight's special coverage, a year with families traveling the road from grief to hope. Barbara Walters with their inspiring stories of courage and recovery. 9/11 continues.
Tonight, on a special edition of Nightline, their job was to guard the Pentagon, so when the place was hit, they were the first to respond. Their story, tonight.
They were American heroes fighting the war against terror, but did they bring terror home? 4 soldiers accused of killing their wives. Friday, what you don't know about the Fort Bragg murders. What may have sent these men over the edge in their own homes?
Were these crimes of passion?
John Miller investigates on the extraordinary season premiere of 2020 Friday.
Good afternoon from the Eyewitness News Weather Center. I'm meteorologist Lee Goldberg. We want to keep you posted on our developing weather situation, the strong winds. Obviously a big impact on the 9/11 ceremonies throughout the Northeast and, of course, in the tri-state area. From the dust being blown up in the pit to that eerie rumbling we heard through all the microphones with the speakers this morning. That wind continues this afternoon, and it's reaching damaging thresholds. We have a wind advisory across the Hudson Valley, northeastern New Jersey, all of New York City, Long Island, and Connecticut as well. The reason? Gustav, Tropical Storm Gustav leaving, strong high pressure moving in, gusty winds from 45 to 51 miles per hour in Newark. You reach that 50-mile-per-hour threshold, it does get damaging. Trees can definitely come down in that situation. The wind advisory will continue through the afternoon hours into the early evening hours. We urge you not to take the wind lightly. It really caused a serious situation in Columbus Circle earlier today. There's been ongoing construction there, and a worker was actually blown off of the construction site, that high-rise they're building there. He is alive and in critical condition. We'll keep you posted on his condition throughout the afternoon into the evening hours. Once again, the wind advisory continues. Look at the Verrazano Bridge here, and the camera jostling back and forth. Winds will gust over 40 miles per hour. They're sustained around 30 through the afternoon. The wind advisory will continue. A look at the George Washington. The winds will die down overnight. They'll still be a little bit gusty, but certainly not at dangerous levels after about 7 or 8 o'clock at night. Sam Champion, more with the weather on Eyewitness News at 5. Now back to ABC's coverage of 9/11.
Wednesday, September 18th at 10/9 Central on ABC. ABC News, 9/11 continues. Once again, Peter Jennings.
Welcome back, and thank you for joining us for at least part of our commemorative broadcast today. Out of a clear blue sky, and that's what it looks like from across the Hudson River today, and of course that's what it looked like a year ago, which is why we are all remembered that terror struck out of a clear blue sky. We are commemorating today. We were honoring people. We were trying to take stock of the country, what the writer Paul Auster, I heard the other day, refer to as a family tragedy. And it is in so many ways. Then on that day, that long, long day, and again today. It feels like a family tragedy. We're going to spend a fair amount of time in this particular half hour talking about the long road back to recovery and certainly about the economic recovery, the economic impact in various people's lives. At one point today, the New York Stock Exchange was about to open at 11 o'clock Eastern Time. It had been delayed because of the ceremony. It didn't finally open until 12 o'clock, and they opened with a moment of silence. Rudy Giuliani there on the left, the chairman of the stock exchange on the extreme left, governor of New York, Governor Pataki, and the mayor, Mike Bloomberg. All of them today. And the reason they delayed their opening until actually 12 o'clock, as it turned out, not 11 o'clock, was because they did not want to begin until all the names had been read aloud at Ground Zero, and the senior officials of the day, the governor and the mayor, were able to get from Ground Zero up to the exchange. ABC's Betsy Stark is with us today. You saying a moment ago, and I want to come back, because just on this one point, you said the NASDAQ opened early and people thought that was a bit tacky.
Yeah, the NASDAQ opened at 11 as planned, and there was some talk that maybe that was a disrespectful thing to do, but the NASDAQ is in Midtown, not near Ground Zero, and they don't always do everything in tandem.
All right, just stand by for just a second. Everybody in the country knows, I think, that the economy was already showing signs of weakness well before September 11th, and after the attacks, it only got worse, and people in any number of industries and businesses, you know, could just see the accelerated effects of the uncertainty that was created in the country. Many businesses have still not recovered completely by any means, and the psychological impact of the attack continues to play havoc with the stock market. So we're going to ask Betsy first to bring us up to date on the economic fallout from the day in particular, and then we'll talk about the economy today.
American capitalism stood still in the days after September 11th. Businesses closed, malls were empty, planes stopped flying, stocks didn't trade. Economist Bruce Steinberg, who witnessed the attack from his office overlooking Ground Zero, says the $11 trillion U.S. economy was in shock.
Nothing in our lifetime had ever happened that came close to doing that. And most economic activity pretty much came to a halt.
For an economy already in recession, the risks of a much steeper decline were enormous, but so were the efforts to restore stability. Within hours, the Federal Reserve began flooding the banking system with cash to keep checks clearing and ATM machines flowing.
Because there would be nothing that could create greater uncertainty than to go from one ATM to another ATM to another ATM and not be able to get out a sufficient amount of currency.
Wall Street leaders and repair crews worked non-stop to restore the power and facilities needed to reopen the New York Stock Exchange.
Whenever that bell was to ring again, it was going to mark the final message to the murderers, to these terrorists, absolute cannibals, that they had lost.
To prevent widespread bankruptcies in the airline industry, the federal government approved a $15 billion bailout. And the auto industry got consumer spending.
And 0% financing makes it a good time to buy a car.
By selling patriotism and value.
It literally did keep America rolling.
Alan Greenspan was astonished by the rebound. In March, he told Congress,
even a subdued recovery would constitute a truly remarkable performance for the American economy.
While the worst was avoided, a year later, the effects are still being felt, particularly in the travel and tourism industry. Theme park attendance is down 15%. The hotel business remains weak. And U.S. Airways says the attack helped push it into bankruptcy.
We took the brunt of the aftermath as far as the East Coast travel that evaporated.
Most of the airline workers who lost their jobs in the months following 9/11 are still unemployed. The impact on the broader economy is harder to see. In a year of corporate scandal, intensified fighting in the Middle East, massive stock market declines, and now a possible war with Iraq, the September attacks are one more problem for a weak economy. They have created fear of more attacks and more economic setbacks.
9/11 has contributed to a climate of caution in the business community, and that has stood in the way of economic growth because cautious executives, Peter, don't spend a lot of money and they don't rehire workers, many of whom were laid off in the aftermath of 9/11. Might have been anyway because of the recession, but that process was accelerated.
On the subject of spending, the president took some flack when he suggested that the most patriotic, not the most, that the patriotic thing people could do would be to go out and spend rather than sacrifice. But in fact, did it work?
Yeah, I mean, Americans warmed to the idea of being able to do something good for the economy while they were spending. So they were happy to take advantage, for example, of those 0% finance officers, knowing they were doing something good for themselves and something for the economy. And when I've talked to people on Wall Street, many of whom were out of their headquarters after 9/11 because they're located so close to ground zero, they felt a kind of a personal commitment to getting back to work as quickly as possible, to getting those markets operating again, as an act of defiance and an act of needing to show the world that you can't stop these markets, you can't stop this system from operating.
Many thanks. You actually lead us in the direction of our next report, because as millions of people know who've either been immigrants to the United States through New York City or who have come from immigrant families know that Lower Manhattan has always been a place of small businesses, and the destruction in that what we call Lower Manhattan dealt a very severe blow to the neighborhood and to the business community there. Many large corporations, as Betsy said, left the area after the attacks, despite some real incentives from the government for them to stay. For small businesses, which are such an integral part of the character of that part of the city, it has been particularly tough since September. There are at least 70,000 fewer jobs downtown, more than 100,000 jobs lost in New York overall. This translates into a huge drop in customers. And as many as 10,000 small businesses have been obliged to close their doors, and 9,000 others have not been able to get through this without some government aid. That's a real human story. Here's Bob Jameson.
They found a good story.
Charlie Coletti still has the same ready smile, the same hopes for his shoe repair business, the same love of his work.
I don't know how to do anything else, to be quite honest with you. You give me a pair of shoes, I'll repair them. You give me a wall, I don't know how to do anything to it. I'm not handy.
Okay. A year ago, Charlie, who is 39, had his hands full.
The morning of September 11th, the line was outside for shines. I had 4 people here, and I had 5 people in the other store just shining shoes.
It was as black as Ace's face.
Charlie was living his idea of the American dream, operating 2 shops, both less than 100 steps from the World Trade Center. It was a stretch. He had financed them with a patchwork of loans, but that day he was turning the corner.
It was great. It was great. I was counting the days that I would pay these loans off because I knew it was going to become a very nice living. I wasn't going to become a wealthy man from it, but I didn't have to worry about where I was going to get the next $100 to pay my bills.
Tony's going to fix shoes soon. Charlie's younger brother, Carmine, had joined him as partner and manager of the shop in the World Financial Center.
We're very close, me and my brother. We grew up together, played together. We had the same friends, went to school, same schools. We were only 16 months apart, so we were very close.
Don't even touch it. Don't even touch that.
There's something else. Carmine and Charlie are the 3rd generation of Colettis in the shoe repair business, following their grandfather and Father Giuseppe, who moved the family from Italy to Brooklyn when the boys were children. And they built a business bigger than any previous generation of Colettis could have imagined. Then, September 11th, one shop was forced to close. The other in the damaged World Financial Center disappeared when a pedestrian bridge just above it collapsed.
When I went back in for the first time to take pictures for the insurance, there was no ceilings, there was no walls, there was nothing.
The future seemed gone. 14 employees, Charlie and Carmine, were out of work. The second store sat empty for 3 months because it was too close to ground zero.
By looking on TV and pictures in the papers and stuff like that, I never thought I'd be back here.
As the search at ground zero continued, Charlie got help from the Red Cross to pay his mortgage. Carmine went on unemployment. Though it was closed, Charlie began visiting the remaining shop for comfort.
What encouraged me was that when I used to speak to the police officers on the corner, they used to tell me, you know, I don't know what it is about your shop, but every day we get six, 7 people. When's the shoe repair open? That's what kept me going with that. I had to open this place. Armando, I'm sorry.
So one day, even though the streets were still closed, Charlie simply reopened the surviving shop. He brought back 3 of his employees. At first, business was almost non-existent. But Charlie and Carmine needed to get everything back to normal. So when they heard the World Financial Center would reopen, they made plans to rebuild their other shop. It wasn't easy.
Mayor. Thank you very much, Governor.
You turn on the television, you had the mayor, the governor, saying that we're going to help all the small business and help this and help that. It wasn't there.
What was there was a frustrating process of applying for aid. The Colettis filled out document after document, stating they were unemployed and that their tiny shop had lost 100% of its business. But the difference between what the government offered, about $4,000, and what the Colettis needed was big. There was one small immediate grant from a foundation. Finally, Charlie borrowed from his father and eventually got a loan from the Small Business Administration, but at a price.
You mortgaged your house to keep this business going?
Of course. That's how the SBA gave me a loan. They put a lien on my home. They gave me money for this store and they gave me money for the other store. But there is a lien on my home.
Today, dozens of small businesses near the Colettis' shops remain closed. But barely 11 months after that day, the Colettis' Cobbler Express in the World Financial Center was back in business.
Do you want a leather sole or rubber?
Rubber.
Customers have started to return. The small sign announcing the reopening seemed an understatement of their long struggle to start over. But there is a reason.
Me and my brother got out of there alive. We got home, went home to see our kids. A lot of people didn't. I feel sad about that.
The Colettis' future remains only a few paces from where the World Trade Center once stood.
Charlie, did you ever think about not reopening?
No. I always wanted to reopen. If you don't reopen and you don't come back, in a way you're defeated, and that's not what I wanted. I wanted to be down there, because if you give up, you lose. And I don't want to lose.
Now we're going to touch very gingerly the subject which is in many ways the most complicated of all in terms of human recovery, and that's the psychological impact of this tragedy. It's just simply hard to gauge. We're going to listen to a professional in a moment, and I think she will help. But this process of mourning and recovery is an extremely personal one. We've talked to hundreds of people. We've talked to firefighters and policemen. We've heard people talk on behalf of others. There are painful ways to get through this, and there are people who don't get through it. But those searing images of September the 11th are deeply implanted in them. And so we asked first Chris Cuomo to put together a report, which I suppose you could actually call the marks of mourning.
New York City firefighter Tierna Cassidy will never forget what he witnessed on September 11th, or the friends he lost. For 2 long months, he worked 24-hour shifts battling smoke and flame, dedicating himself to recovering victims, searching for lost members of his company. But for him, that just wasn't enough.
Probably nothing would ever seem like enough, you know, losing that much life in one day.
So this is how he's decided to preserve the memory of his fallen brothers and to deal with survivor's guilt and grief he can't describe.
When you can't put it into words, I put it into a tattoo.
He is dedicating his entire back to the image that haunts him. Embracing the towers or the Statue of Liberty torch, St. Florian, the patron saint of firefighters, and an angel carrying the names of the men in his company who didn't make it out.
Why not paint something on the side of your house or build a memorial garden? Why a tattoo?
For what mentally,
But then when I left, I wanted to go back.
My name is David Margulis. I'm a photographer. The workers down at Ground Zero were people at their finest. Men and women working way beyond their mental and physical capacities. Though they were firemen and policemen and others, they didn't have to be down there. They volunteered to be down there. I found out what these people were all about, and they said they would show to the world what we're doing.
I got there the second day. basically started crying the minute I got there. It was something I'll never forget.
It was like just chaos. Nobody really knew what to do, but we were there to do whatever we could do to help.
I went down on my day off. We found a spot. We started digging. Whatever you picked up with your hands, you put in a bucket and passed the bucket back.
The fatigue level was incredible. The heat was intense.
And I remember the first night, the bottom of my shoes started to melt.
I didn't see a desk. I didn't see a chair. I didn't see a computer screen. I didn't see anything that resembled anything. Everything was just pulverized.
In the beginning, there was no such thing as a 12-hour day. It was work until you drop.
I tell you who was really kicking tail there, the iron workers. Initially, those weeks, they were the guys who were allowing everybody else to do their jobs.
Hey, man, you tell me where you want to get. I'll burn it, push it, pry it, get a crane in here, whatever it takes, and make it happen.
The dedication was incredible. They were going to be down there until they pulled out the last body.
When you'd get off your shift and you'd walk out, the people would come up with those pictures. Remember, like, this is my son or this is my daughter. Call me anytime you want.
I personally saw a four-star chief of the police department. He was down there digging on his hands and knees. I saw a lot of old firemen. As I looked into it, later on I found out they were there digging for their kids.
Some mornings you'd come in and you'd see the night crew and you'd say, how'd it go? They didn't find a thing all night. And you'd be like, wow, nothing?
Sometimes we'd find ID, and you'd take out someone's wallet and you'd look at their picture and their driver's license. You'd compare that to what was before you. And it was so hard.
You know, we bring them out and you put a flag on them, you say a prayer, and you give the man respect. It's a beautiful thing, showing respect. January 1st, we pulled 11 firemen out. It was an incredible day. It was a great day.
What I saw was the human spirit at its finest. To take the worst catastrophic situation that we've ever had, and these people trying to make it better for somebody else.
We did the best job we could down there. Everyone I'd met, everyone's heart was in what had happened.
The digging is over, but the emotional suffering will probably never be over.
I hated being there, but it was the biggest honor of my life. We brought them home. We brought people home to their families. From the bowels of hell, we brought them home.
When we were listening to the names being read at Ground Zero today, we noticed, which we actually knew before, that there were 39 sets of twins who perished on the day. And the surviving twins are clearly suffering a loss unlike any other, because twinship, as they sometimes call it, is a unique relationship. We asked ABC's Deborah Roberts to explore this.
Just imagine, if you would, the Twin Towers standing there before they were destroyed. And imagine one of the buildings that was hit and it was burnt out, still standing, but severely damaged, and the other one's gone.
Imagine what it's like to be Greg Hoffman, who lost his identical twin brother Stephen on September 11th. Stephen worked for the bond trading firm Cantor Fitzgerald in the North Tower. What was always two, inseparable from birth, is now one.
We always had that unspoken understanding that we were best friends, that we were there for one another, that we were part of the same, not the same person, but we were connected in a very unique way, in a special way.
Like many twins, Greg and Steve did everything together. They went to the same schools, got jobs in finance, coached youth football, married their college sweethearts.
This is the deal. When you marry Greg, you get Steve. And when you marry Steve, you get Greg.
They thought they would have each other for a lifetime. So, when twins like Greg suddenly lost their other half last September, it was a loss like no other. That morning, Greg was at his desk at Merrill Lynch in Queens. Stephen was in his office on the 104th floor of the World Trade Center. Do you remember the last conversation that you had with Stephen?
Yeah. It was on the 11th. It was just after 9 o'clock, 9:01. Dialed the cell phone. He picked up, and he's like, "Greg, is that you?" And I go, "Steve, it's Greg. Are you okay?" And he's like, "Greg?" And I go, "Yeah, Steve, it's me." And at that moment, I'm watching my computer screen, and I watch the other plane come bashing into the other building. And the last thing he said was, "Oh my God, look at that." The phone went dead. And that was the last time I had a conversation with Steven.
I played girls basketball, my sister and I. We were the original Twin Towers.
When Linda McGee and her twin sister Brenda were growing up, they were so close, people referred to them in one breath as Brenda Linda.
Living a life by myself is going to take some getting used to. I'm not used to the I thing, being just me.
Last year, they celebrated their 40th birthdays together. This year, there was nothing to celebrate.
All my life, I've had someone to share this birthday with, and now I'm by myself. So that was kind of hard. I just stayed in. I refused to do anything. And I found it very, very hard to try to have a birthday without her.
I know that they were around either the north or the south. I know they were around somewhere around here.
Twin New York firefighters Zachary and Andre Fletcher were both ordered to the trade towers on September 11th. Zach was spared. Andre was part of an elite rescue squad that was last seen speeding toward the South Tower.
I said, "I'll see you down there. Look for me." He says, "I will." He says, "Make sure you look for me. I'll see you down there." And that was it. Last words I ever heard from him.
The loss of a twin is going to be a lifetime of effort. I don't think any twin has ever really gotten over the loss of a twin completely.
Nancy Siegel, a twin herself, studies twins and twin loss.
They have had this relationship from the moment of birth. And suddenly to step into the world without the other twin there is a new and unfamiliar and foreign landscape that they don't understand.
A number of them began to gather last February to talk, to tell stories of their twinship. Some are even attending special twin therapy sessions together. Only other twins, they say, understand what they miss.
Being with the twins and just being able to open up in a way that you necessarily can't open up with a spouse has been a saving grace and a blessing for me.
Would you say your relationship, your bond with your twin, was still stronger somehow than that of your spouse?
Definitely. Without doubt.
All of you?
Unquestionably. It's a different type of bond.
And now Zach, Linda, and Greg feel a particular responsibility to be there for the children of their departed twins. Greg has been teaching his niece Madeline to surf alongside his daughter Madison.
Everybody says, "Are you sisters?" And we're like, "No, we're identical cousins."
Actually, the girls are not far off the mark because their fathers were identical twins, genetic carbon copies of each other. So remarkably enough, genetically speaking, Madeline is as closely related to Greg as his own daughter, which may help explain their special bond.
Does it bother her that you look so much like her dad?
You know what? I'm sure it's sometimes I think it's more good than bad, because I think the one thing she'll get at that, she'll get to see someone who looks almost just like her dad as he would have looked growing older.
As for the twins themselves, each look in the mirror is a reminder of their missing part.
There's so much potential, and so many dreams that are just squashed. So many things we want to do together as twins.
I just always assumed she would always be there. We always said when we get older together, we're going to live together. We're going to be together. We just assumed we would just always be together.
The twinless twins of September 11th are struggling to move forward, trying to honor the memory of their twinship.
We're the ones left to carry their dreams and their banner and what they died for, our freedom and all these things on. It's not easy. It's very, very hard sometimes, but you know, that's what we have to do.
Reminded again of how many people have spoken to us today and have been so eloquent about their pain and their challenges. The other day I asked a room of kids if they knew exactly where they were when the planes hit the trade tower and the Pentagon. Their hands all flew up. I don't know that I should have been surprised, but I was, and made me think, of course, that in another generations, people knew exactly where they were when John F. Kennedy was assassinated and exactly where they were when the Challenger explosion occurred. And of course, it's that way with the trade towers. Robert Krulwich has a story now about a man who, when it happened, was caught in a traffic jam.
It's odd, really, but now that they're gone, it's hard to remember where the towers were.
They would stand up. Chase is 82 floors. You see the rectangular building there? 82 floors. We were 20 floors higher, just to the right of that.
Guy knows because 40 years ago, he was called in by his boss at the New York, New Jersey Port Authority.
And he says, Guy, now we have to build this thing. And he said, you're in charge. You're going to be in charge. I'm going to create a super department called the World Trade Department.
And that was the beginning of an extraordinary relationship.
Those towers were an identity for me. It was like the world was okay. They were there, and I'll be there. I've been in them since they started when we moved in.
Guy is not a native New Yorker, though you wouldn't know it.
Do people ever think you're from Kansas City?
No, they believe I'm from New York. They say that. I hear that all the time. And I'm not. I'm from New Jersey, but maybe it's the same.
But what is it? Is it the vowels or the gravel?
I haven't the slightest idea. It might be the gravelly voice that I have. I can't help it. You know, over the years, I talk a lot, probably.
40 years ago, Guy was a young engineer working for the agency that built bridges and docks in New York's harbor. And in those days, as today, Lower Manhattan was in big trouble. People were leaving, businesses were leaving. So the businesses down there wanted a project to revitalize the neighborhood. David Rockefeller, who ran the Chase Manhattan Bank, and Nelson Rockefeller, who was the governor of New York, came up with the notion for a World Trade Center. And after convincing the governor of New Jersey, the project was eventually assigned to Guy Tozzoli.
I was in New York, the greatest city in the world. There was only one thing to do.
What?
Make a program for the largest project in the world.
Guy decided, and it was Guy more than the governors, that the project should have 12 million feet of office space and a plaza and a huge parking garage and shops and a mall.
The Reader's Digest.
New York, it has to be big?
Yes, absolutely. If you want it to be successful, Lower Manhattan was dying. It needed an anchor. It needed something around which people could build.
And what, like Frank Sinatra's singing in your head, something about biggest town, big city, big.
New York is big, big, big. It always has been. It's a great city. It's the greatest city in the whole world.
Early on, Guy decided not to go just for a big building. He wanted the biggest buildings, the biggest in the world, as he told his neighbor.
He said, Biz, you know something? This is going to be big. He said, this is going to be really something big. And he said, it's going to be something that'll last.
And so in the late 1960s, the towers began to rise. Thousands of workers swarmed to the sites, putting up those signature frames that would become the skin of the buildings. And then, matter-of-factly, a quarter mile up in the air, they sat, they welded, they stood, backs to the wild air. Stop the tape. Look at that. The weather changed constantly.
In the wintertime, there's ice up there, there's snow, there's rain, it's cold, 5 degrees, 10 degrees. When it's 20 degrees in the street and you're up 84 floors, it's like it's 10 below, you know? So, and the wind factor is very bad, even right now on that side on the wall over there. You can hardly work over there.
But they kept going. Guy in charge, holding meetings all day long that lasted 17 minutes. That was his rule.
17?
Yes. I don't know why I picked 17.
Yeah, it's not a round number.
No. But that was it. You want an answer, you come in and tell me in 17 minutes.
He was building, he was leasing, he was politicking, and he was doing some public relations work. He got some girls from his Jersey neighborhood to be tour guides, and they had to memorize a speech.
And people listened. It was like, wow.
Can you remember the opening line?
Yes. It's, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the site of the World Trade Center.
What if it were like 11 a.m.?
Hmm?
Did you do temporal changes?
No, it's
Time
always
of day?
afternoons, because they came out at afternoon for lunch, yeah.
Okay.
It was like, the lunch
good
show.
afternoon, ladies
Good
and gentlemen.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the site of the World Trade Center, future home of trade and commerce.
We want people to start to like the World Trade Center.
So?
Yes, we were looking for attractive young ladies to give their spiel. There's nothing bad about that.
Now, was there a
outdoor
dating
job.
rule? Were you allowed to date people working
Nobody
on the
said
site?
we couldn't.
Ah.
And so we
Oh,
did.
so there are fringes here
There
that I
are
haven't...
definite benefits. No, but there was the guys, the workers were very protective of us.
They took him up on open elevators, 110 stories, just to see the view. But what Liz particularly remembers is the bottom, the foundation, the hole that they dug deep down, walled against the Hudson River.
I think of that pit, and I think of how hard they worked to make that foundation as strong as it could possibly be. Anything that was even minutely wrong with that foundation, they would tear it out and do it again, because they knew it had to be just so. And when I think of the World Trade Center, I think of that first. And then I think about how everybody else thinks about it.
When the building opened, Guy moved in.
Where's your office? My office is on the north face.
On the 77th floor.
Right.
So when you look out, you look
I used to look right down on Manhattan. It was beautiful.
And he stayed. And when he retired, he stayed again. He ran the Association of World Trade Centers from an office in the same tower. And then came September.
Were you as surprised as everybody else when the buildings fell down?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The last thing in my mind was that this building would ever collapse.
Guy saw the towers fall from across the river. He'd been caught in a morning traffic jam.
There is no question. If I had gotten to the building, I'd be dead today. I would have stayed in that building. I tried like mad. I talked to Port Authority police in the Holland Tunnel to let me get through that tunnel. I wanted to go and help, okay? And help people out. Whatever I could do. This was my project.
It was his project, but not only his. When Liz and Jane saw the site, the first thing they saw was the wall that their boyfriends had built 30 years before.
I said, there's the wall that they worked so hard on, and it is there. And that meant a tremendous amount to me, that the whole thing came down, but when they cleaned it all out, it was there just like they built it. And I know that probably sounds really stupid, but...
Because she and Jane had been there at the very beginning, at the birth.
And I thought about being there, sort of, it was my World Trade Center. Right.
And it was his. And it was his. And most of all, it was his.
It's hard to remember now. That was.
And many were starting to compare it to the famous photo of 6 Marines raising the Stars and Stripes at Iwo Jima.
It's been pretty overwhelming. You know, the popularity of this picture has been overwhelming. I mean, I've received literally tens of thousands of emails, letters, phone calls, almost all from strangers. People just wanted to tell me how much this picture meant to them and how important it was.
It seemed everyone wanted a copy of the photo. The record received thousands of requests for copies, and they asked for a donation to its 9/11 Victims Fund in return. But it wasn't long before the power of this picture simply exploded. Pirated copies were popping up everywhere.
Wherever vendors gather, there's so much to compete for attention and for dollars. Images, portraits, but wherever you go, there's that image.
We had reports, 4 or 5 days after the picture appeared, people were selling T-shirts with it on.
And not just on T-shirts. The picture was on sweatshirts, in watercolor, on jewelry. Framed copies were being sold by street vendors all over Manhattan. And not a penny from these street sales was going to the 9/11 charities. The record joined the feeding frenzy for the photo by starting to license it for commercial use, and its lawyers threatened to sue anyone who violated its copyright.
A company had decided to make Christmas tree ornaments out of it. And they had already produced and sold something in excess of $150,000 for Christmas tree ornaments with the picture as the image on the ornament. So we tracked them down and said, look, guys, this is a copyrighted image. You can't do this. Please stop.
The record has already raised more than $500,000 for 2 9/11 charities. More than a dozen licensed items are sold through its website. An autographed copy of the photo brought $90,000 at auction. And of course, there's the hero's postage stamp, where you pay an extra 8 cents to put a copy of the photo on your letter.
3 officers here, and they're on the stamp. I appreciate you all allowing the Postal Service to use you as a way to help our nation remember a terrible incident that took place 6 months ago and help people get their lives back in order.
This White House ceremony introducing the stamp was one of only 2 times Franklin and the 3 firefighters have appeared together in public. Mostly, these new American heroes have chosen to stay out of the spotlight. They've declined virtually all requests to talk about the tragic day and the flag they found on a yacht docked near Ground Zero. And then there was the controversy over plans to make a sculpture inspired by the photo. It was to stand in front of fire headquarters in Brooklyn. The 19-foot bronze casting was to show 1 white firefighter, plus 1 who was black and the 3rd Hispanic. But its political correctness sparked outrage.
I'm not a prejudiced person. My husband wasn't a prejudiced person. But it wasn't a black, a Hispanic, or anybody else. It was 3 firemen that just stood up there, and you don't change something like that.
A few days later, plans for the sculpture were scrapped. But the photo remains a vivid reminder of the American spirit.
It meant, liberty to us at the time. Hey, we're not afraid. We're responding. And if you think you got us licked, you're definitely in trouble. You're in trouble now.
The survival. It shows survival.
This particular image is about human beings. So at the end of the day, it's not just about this giant complex and hundreds of thousands or millions of square feet of office space. It's about people. And here, these are flesh and blood people, and we can see a little bit of the devastation. But we don't have to see it all. You don't have to drink the ocean to know it's salty. And maybe this photograph will be one of the most memorable things in all of American history.
Chris O'Donoghue, UPN 9.